Good morning, everybody. I would like to welcome you to the yearly conference on the modernization of Czech economy within the framework of the National Recovery Plan. I have the honor to be your moderator and to be with you throughout all the panels. Today, we'll be talking about how the National Recovery Plan helped the Czech economy to recover from the pandemic, how to get modernized, how to help promote digitization, reorganize, and many other aspects. And of course, there have been plenty of problems which have been encountered during the implementation, including problems with the proper use of the instruments which were made available and drawing the funds that have been made available as well. A point of organization, we will now talk in Czech. So those of you who need translation, please take your headsets unless you've done it so already.
This first two blocks of the conference will be in the Czech language, so if you need translation to English, you have to take the headphones by the entrance.
So we are past the organizational points, and now I would like to see you through the program. It's my honor to extend my very cordial welcome to the first deputy of the Czech government and the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Mr. Karel Havlíček. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. I prepared a speech, but before I deliver it, I'd like to recall those days when we were starting with the National Recovery Plan. That was 5 years ago, and it was a game changer, as many say. And it was there were the impacts of the pandemic, and Europe and all the member countries were looking for ways how to get out of the mess. There was the first budget, which was a bit lower, and it focused on those areas which were the most heavily impacted by the pandemic, and we managed to use it because we use it for energy, for digitization, for social environment, for education, and we were one of the few who also included research in it. And that was particularly focused on healthcare system because we needed a better resilience system in the healthcare area. And the other thing was to find who would be the manager. And that was another game changer because finally it was the Ministry of Industry and Trade, which didn't used to be the case because we were accustomed to deal with the support of businesses and so on. Now we were supposed to start with the management of all other ministries, and we set up a team. And I would like to thank Jitka Vopičková, who was the lady heading all this. She was the manager, and the government that came after us pursued with the same pattern, and I'm sure that it worked quite well. Obviously, we were learning our lessons, and it was not just our case. Our colleagues from Europe were in the same situation. It was an extraordinary instrument which was supposed to become a permanent industry that would also be a permanent instrument which was supposed to be used for many other emergencies or difficult situations and so on. We had to change the system of funding and assessment, and we started to use the milestones and the and the reforms and assessments, because it is necessary to see what are the positives brought by the reforms and what might be the negatives. So what we need to do is to draw a lesson from the National Recovery Plan and to find ways which would be the most suitable for financing other programs. Sometimes we do something which is referred to as greenwashing, and we have to make sure we know what we really want to reform, what we want to improve. Sometimes we consider a reform something which is not really one. So we really have to find some sort of agreement how we could, on what should be funded the first. I must say that the Czech Republic has approved itself in the National Recovery Plan. And we not only did it in the proper way, but we also had very good results. We are among the 4 or 5 most successful European countries in terms of drawing funds. I don't think we've had any fatal problems, and obviously we discuss also with our colleagues from the European Commission. We explain things to one another, and that's quite normal. That's why we are here. We just have to uphold or defend our reforms, and I think that we were very honest about it, and I'll try to make sure to make it work in the same way. And when we do the assessment by the end of the year, we will be just as satisfied. So I wish you a very nice day. We have discussed about what should be. We will discuss about many things. We will think about the work in the past 5 years, and my compliments, that was a great job. Thank you. Your Excellency, thank you very much for the introductory word, and now I'd like to pass the floor on our English-speaking colleague. So those of you who need the Czech translation, take your headsets. Maria Done is the head of the working group of the European Commission to support resilience. Takže děkuji vám za zorganizování této konference. Je to pro mě velká čest, že mohu být mezi vámi. A chtěla bych poděkovat týmu spoluorganizátorů na české straně. Je velice důležité, abychom tedy pracovali všichni společně. Samozřejmě jedná se o každodenní práci. My to všichni víme a samozřejmě musíme pracovat tak, abychom odevzdali Evropskou unii dalším generacím v náležitém stavu a vyrovnali se s problémy, které přinesly různé problémy v minulosti. Všichni si vzpomenete na minulost, na pandemii, samozřejmě na všechny ty problémy, které s tím souvisely. Víme, že byly zastaveny továrny, školy byly zavřené a znamenalo to obrovskou zátěž pro celou ekonomiku. A my se samozřejmě museli snažit, aby nedošlo k dezintegraci našeho společného trhu. Tak, pokud dojde k technickému vylepšení, velmi to uvítáme.
As I was saying, we were really challenged by that pandemic that struck by surprise, and that was risking divergences in our economy. We are building Europe, trying to foster convergences, but that crisis would have risked really undoing many years of hard work, fostering convergence, and risking further fragmentation in our single market. So Europe, the member states, the European institutions reacted forcefully and took unprecedented steps. With Next Generation EU, for the first time in history, the Commission was allowed to borrow jointly to finance recovery and resilience plans in all the member states. It was a massive amount of money, we can come back to that, but it was important to be able to absorb the shock, make sure we would have a speedy recovery, trying to have a different legacy than the one we had, for example, during the global financial crisis, but also bringing all member states and Europe on the path of the green and the digital transition, again, to foster resilience. Now, I want to stress these plans are the plans of the member states. The Czech plan is the plan for Czechia. As political leaders in Czechia wanted it for the Czech society, the citizens, the businesses, depending on the needs and the structural reforms needed and the investment needed. It's not a plan because Brussels wanted it. It's a plan because these reforms, these investments are good reforms and good investment to change the society. Change is never easy, but you know, with a lot of ownership, with a lot of understanding on what is needed to absorb the shock, have the recovery, and then prepare the ground for resilience. This is really for the in the interest of all the citizens and the firms in the country, in Czechia and in every member state. So, you know, altogether, originally 650 billion for the whole allocation. For Czechia, we're talking about 8.75 billion euros, so that's 200 billion Czech krona. It's indeed very, very important in size, and it was needed to face that challenge of short-term reaction, recovery, but also long-term impact, resilience. Now, where does Czechia stand? We have disbursed 15 billion Czech krona for the fifth payment request back in March. And at the end of April, the Czech authorities have submitted payment request 6. You know, those payment requests, the milestones and targets, you've heard about it. So now we are assessing it, and we are keeping the pace. And that will be eventually bringing Czechia to around 77% of the total disbursement of the envelope. It's commendable, so well done to all. It's really amazing, keeping that steady pace of implementation, making sure you deliver on the ground, on the reforms and investment. I think that's also maybe a couple of concrete examples. Behind those figures, behind those big numbers, it's important to remember how transformative the plan has. So as I mentioned, it's really trying to change the setup, change the structural environment for the citizen and the businesses. And in the plan, you know, there are, of course, many, many dimensions, also social, also health, but the big core topics are digital and energy. In Czechia, regarding the digital area, during the pandemic, we had 74,000 laptops, device, computer, that were deployed in Czech schools so that the learning could continue without physical presence in classroom. We had around 10,000 schools equipped with modern technologies, robotics, 3D printing, virtual reality. We've been training a lot of people in schools, but also engineers, doctors, entrepreneurs, public servants. So it's really changing the whole software of the economy, if I can say, hardware and software, where you have indeed reforms and investments, training, equipment that is really preparing the society for the new digital world. Also on energy, and I know energy is a sensitive topic always was, but maybe in particular at this moment. In Czechia, it's really a core of the plan. We've had flagship investment, the new green saving program, with a lot of renovation, household, homes, apartment building, trying to cut energy consumption. And down the line, you cut energy consumption, you cut the bill, you cut the cost of energy for all those firms and households. Now, all those investments would not have been possible without reforms. Difficult reforms sometimes a bit, less popular and difficult to explain because, again, change and transition is never easy. But Czechia adopted the next packages, RES 1, RES 2, RES 3, that progressively simplified permitting, enabled energy communities, energy sharing, modernized the electricity market, changes the rule for storages, pricing, everything. So regulatory changes, but also investment on the ground for firms and citizens, making sure we are more resilient in the long term, but also very concretely cutting the energy bills of every citizen in the country. Now, looking ahead, we still have very difficult months ahead of us in Czechia, back in Brussels for the team, in every member state, because you know that we're expecting final payments for many, many countries in September, and that's going to be our finishing line. We need to get there. We need to make sure that we make the RRF a success until the end. We develop and implement all those reforms and investment until the end. And then also gradually we start preparing for the future world. You know, the multi-annual financial framework is currently being negotiated. We will be soon discussing the future national and regional partnership plans. And it will be also important to have a continuity to maintain the pace of implementation in reform and investment. And all the experience we've built up on RRF in the last years will be very important to make the next MFF, the NRPP. You will hear that acronym very much. So learning national and regional partnership plan, NRPP. To make that a success, we will need to rely on everything we've learned during the RRF experience. Now, I want to finish by thanking really genuinely and sincerely our Czech colleagues sitting there, and maybe more in the room. I can't see everybody. It has been a super productive and positive collaboration, intense, on the phone all the time, trusting each other, making sure this was a success for you, for the Czech country, for the Czech citizen, and we'll continue doing that until the very last moment. Special thanks to Jitka. You did a great job, and him, yes, no, it's nice, you're pointing to him. So Jitka and the whole team, tireless work, dedicated to implementation, keep going. Many thanks.
Thank you very much for your introductory word. We will see Mrs. Dunes at the end of our program in the panel discussion, where we will discuss our future, what lessons Europe has taken from this program. Now, let me introduce the agenda of today's meeting, what discussions we will be carrying on. So, after this introductory word, there will be the panel devoted to digitalization in the frame of the National Recovery Plan. So, we will hear the experience from many ministries. Then you will have the chance to see the presentation of certain projects which were realized or implemented in the frame of the National Recovery Plan. And after the coffee break, we will continue with the panel focusing on modernization of energy sector, which has been mentioned by Mr. Donnet also as one of the significant achievements of the National Recovery Plan. So that will continue till 12:05, and then there will be the presentation of the second bunch of the projects implemented in the frame of NRP. And after the lunch, there will be final panel where we will assess the recovery and resilience facility, and we will express the HIRTO experience, which will be relevant for the future structural reforms and investments based on the EU funds. And after that discussion, there will be the final word, and after that, at 3:30, there will be the space for the informal discussions with the glass of wine. So I don't want to keep your time, but there is another technical remark which I would like to mention. For the questions, there is the Slido application available. So you have the the QR code, and also that QR code is on the program which we received in the registration. So if you read this QR code, you will be able to enter the Slido application and raise your questions there. So let's turn to the first real discussion of today's agenda. As I mentioned, we will start with the digitalization panel, which is one of the key milestones of the NRP in the Czech Republic. So we know that before the start of this National Recovery Plan, we were a little bit dragging behind in this sphere. So we'll see how we managed to cope with the issues and how we managed to develop in that way. So now I would like to welcome Mr. Roman Chandlik, the director of the information section of the Czech Digital Agency. Dear Mrs. Donnet, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present the projects which were implemented by the Digital and Information Agency in the frame of the NRP, in the frame of the digital transformation of public administration. These projects have been implemented in the frame of the component 1.7, and there was 621 million allocated to these projects, and these amounts were allocated to 5 projects which are now reaching the final stages of their implementation. So let me introduce the projects which we have implemented. It's the project ROPIM. That means the project of reform for optimization and methodology management of information services. Then it was the project of unification of the appearance and domains of central authorities. Then it was the project of data hub. That means creation of the central information infrastructure for the work with data. Then there was the project of training and education platform, and finally public administration contact center. And now I would like to introduce to you this project. ROPIM project. You can read the information on the screen when it was implemented. There were 5 main groups of this project. The long-term management information system, which aims at assurance of the smooth and effective application filing, which is in fact related to the particular acts covering the e-government. These are the requirements which are mandatory by virtue of law or by the decisions of government. And this project aims at the technical evaluation of the effective information system. Then there was the project of consultation and supervision, when the colleagues from various agencies or state authorities were providing consultancy and monitoring the IT systems. Then the methodology of IT projects or for processing of the procurement documentation, and then for the implementation of the projects. Unification of the appearance and domains of central offices. Aim was to assure the security and certain guarantees in respect of the contact to the public administration office. So the aim was to create the domain which would be clearly identified as the domain of the particular person in a particular state body. Now you've probably noticed that the public administration authorities have the domain with the suffix gov.cz. Data Hub, it's the project which aims at the improvement of the measuring of time and cost savings, and also some statistics, the numbers of the citizens, and approaching the state agencies, and also the numbers of the requirements met successfully. Training and education platform. This part focuses on creation of the set of educational materials for citizens to become familiar with specific options for using the state's digital services. So these programs or these lectures will, in fact, instruct the citizens where to find various forms, how to fill them in correctly, in order to save the time of the citizens as well as of the state servants. Contact Center of Public Administration, that's the project which focuses on the help desk for the systems which are operated by the Digital Information Agency. It concerns the public administration portal, which allows the citizen to call to certain help desk where she can get the special concrete answer. If the digital tool is unable to provide the clear answer, the citizen will be switched to the human operator who will help him or her to solve their problems and issues. Thank you very much for your attention. These were the projects which our agency implemented in the frame of the National Recovery Plan. Well, you can take a seat here because, of course, then you will participate in the panel discussion which I've already announced. Thank you for your presentation. Now I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Randolphova, the head of the Information and Communication Technology in the Ministry of Justice. Thank you for the floor. I am very glad that I can speak here, and I'm really happy that we had a chance to be involved in the National Recovery Plan, because in the justice sector, the issue of digitalization is mentioned quite heavily. And I would like to mention that we managed to implement many things, and that's how we've moved further to the digitization of the justice. So digitalization is the change which is now running in the frame of our sector. So I believe that we will progress in this sense. Just a short summary, because I'd like to mention just some of the projects we managed to implement. So we had about 20 of the key IT products or solutions. Of course, I will speak about the infrastructure, about portal of justice, about the artificial intelligence, about the modernization of the courtrooms, and other things. Of course, it happened to us also that some of the projects were not implemented successfully, but thanks to the colleagues working in the Ministry of Justice, as well as thanks to the colleagues who helped us in the Ministry of Industry, we managed to switch between the projects to some projects which then were successfully implemented. So what is the basic safety and robust foundation of our work is the IT infrastructure. I know that this issue has been forgotten quite often, but it's difficult to be the minister to present to citizens that super we bought 20 new servers or 20 new applications. And the citizens will raise a question, why are you mentioning it? And we have to think about the fact that this is the basis, this is the foundation. Because if you have an old house and you want to install the golden roof on that old house, because everybody has the golden roof, and if you do not restore the house itself from the foundation, that will be useless, because that golden roof then can fall down because the house was deteriorated. So that's why we needed to focus the first stage to such components which are very important or key ones for the functioning of the digital justice. Of course, in justice, we are obliged to anonymize and public the decision of the judicial bodies. So that's why we have focused on such a system which anonymizes the decisions of the courts. But this administrative work was automized, and nevertheless, there was a great part of the human factor which affected it. So thanks to the National Recovery Plan, we have managed to finalize many of these works, implementing the module of the AI, which is able to replace the work of many of our employees. That means that the citizens will have the faster access to the decisions which are published on our website. So that's the first project which was necessary for this administration and digitalization of justice. And in the meantime, of course, we worked on further infrastructure which is necessary for the AI to be able to produce the solution in other areas.
Služby orientované na uživatele i na občany, tak určitě z Národního plánu obnovy se nám podařilo stabilizovat, protože měli jsme velké problémy s portálem justice. Tak se nám podařilo projekt portálu justice a teď vlastně dokončujeme i takzvaný samoobslužný portál. Tak jak znáte portál občana, tak vlastně i v justici bude takzvaný samoobslužný portál, tudíž pro klienta, pro občana, který nějakým způsobem komunikuje s justicí, má různá řízení a tak dále, tak bude mít k dispozici tento samoobslužný portál, kde vlastně nalezne ty služby, které budeme my jako justice nabízet. Redesign veřejné části veřejných rejstříků. Veřejné rejstříky jsou jedni z nejvíce využívaných rejstříků justice, nebo taková ta klasická služba veřejnosti. A tam bylo potřeba taky bohužel provést celkový redesign, celkovou stabilizaci a celkovou modernizaci. Momentálně to máme vlastně spuštěno a ještě nabíráme takzvané use casey ze strany občanů i profesních komor, ať už jsou to advokáti, ať už jsou to notáři, kteří s tím více pracují, abychom to co nejvíce vlastně přizpůsobili uživatelům. A pak na té druhé stránce znalci, tlumočníci, taky velmi důležitá profesní.
There is a very important profession, that is the translators and experts. We started using a chatbot, and this. I will speak about that when talking about the next project. That's the sonorization of conference halls and recording of the debates in order to improve the sound, and also drawing some reports for the justice management. We believe that this can be very important for the citizens, because it will mean that we'll be able to hand over the sound recordings to those who will need it. These are some ensuing projects, and if a project is really sizable, very big, it is difficult to make it, to implement it at one go. So it is good to divide it into phases. We have about 1,200 rooms, conference rooms, where discussions and debates take place and where recordings are taken. We spoke about the pandemic, and many debates in these halls had to be cancelled or put somewhere else because of course it tended to prolong the dealings, the judicial dealings. So we purchased the proper sonorization, and we equipped with it not just the debate halls, but also prisons, which is also important. So we now have an integral infrastructure, and all the elements are interconnected, the prosecutors' offices and prison centers, which means that prisoner, a detained person, would have to be transported and escorted across the Republic for the sake of some debates or some dealings. So this is very important and it saves money. We are also connected with the Czech police. We use also we also have a special equipment which can be used for persons with increased vulnerability or women. And we have another project, and that's the transcription of the sound recordings. If you can imagine, you have a person who manages the dealings and who records, takes all the recordings. But then it takes a week or even 2 weeks to transcribe all the sound recordings. So we now have an equipment which does it automatically, and it is heavily used across the ministry. And we continue with our effort to make sure that the transcription goes directly, simultaneously, while the talking in the debate hall is taking place. So we had access to the financial means during those past 5 years, and it helped us a great deal to improve everything and to shift ourselves ahead. Most of the things have been accomplished. There are still some outstanding tasks, but I think that we will put it right or finish it before long. So thank you very much. I think it's helped us a lot. What's been bothering us, worrying us in the field of IT, we were able to spend almost £500 million in order to put all this right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation, and I will now ask you to take a seat. Michal Černý is the head of the Department of Preschool and Elementary School System. Mr. Černý, the floor is yours. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I will try to catch up with the time. Oh, the interpreters will suffer. The Ministry of Education has focused on a number of huge projects, not the massive actions in preference. And we had individual projects. There was a component 3.1, and all these components cost over 40 million crowns. These were financial interventions of the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports. They were 3. There was the support. It was the help during the support for distance learning. It was over 1 billion. Then followed the digital teaching aids equipment. They were advanced digital training or teaching aids. This took us 2 years, and then we had the so-called prevention of the digital gap, which means that schools were equipped with such materials or such equipment that it made so that all the students, all the pupils had the same or similar equipment, and there weren't any who would be disadvantaged. Then there were 2 more projects that went on simultaneously, which were run by the National Political Institute. It was the NPO 3 and a Digi, 3.1 Digi, and the NP AIDIG project, and the last of the three is DIG CEDU. That was not focused on the National Institute, but for the training centers for, or education centers for teachers. As to the digital learning aids, this was a one-shot financial intervention in the years, for the years 22 to 23, and the total allocation was amounting to 1.64 billion crowns. It included purchases of Internet of Things, geolocation techniques, 3D printers, and AR, VR devices, cameras, and camcorders. As to the preventing of the digital gaps, this took place between the years 22 to 24, so for 3 years, progressively basic mobile digital devices and accessories were bought for schools in order to compensate for social disadvantages of those students or pupils who weren't able to, whose parents were not able to provide it for them. This is the National Recovery Plan in terms of funding, the individual phases. You can see the initial phase in 2020. That is the distance learning support. Blue is digital gap, and digital aids is green. So you can see how it was distributed and how it was allotted to individual parts of the program. You can see that a massive support was given to the digital training of teachers. That was indispensable. One of the reasons was that in 2021, the so-called ICT revision was put in place of the framework educational programs, and the other reason was that schools were being equipped with the digital technology, and they had to be taught how to work with it. Then there is another project, ADIG, in the years 24 to 26, which trained teachers in competencies which 2 years ago or 1 year ago, when the ICT revision was being prepared, were not really that much relevant. We obviously all know that the digital technologies are those that develop at a very fast pace, and there were other problems like digital safety and various relevant topics that had to be looked into. So there was another project, and that's DITSCOMPEDU, which focused on similar things, but it was not being put in place on the national level, but on the regional level. Thank you very much, Mr. Czerny, for the presentation. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Petr Foltín, who is the head of the National Center for interoperability. From the Ministry of Healthcare. So, thank you very much for having spoken about all those programs, because many of these things helped us mend some of the failings, some of the problems which we also had. When talking about digitization, again, I'm very glad that we embarked on the enhancing of the project's capacity, some of the implementations. Here you can see the structuring of the program. What was the major failing of the National Recovery Plan was that we had to implement it within a very short time, and we didn't have the infrastructure, but we were trying to focus on that. And I think that these slides can show you better how it was how the various types of infrastructure for the necessary services were put in place. These are the electronization standards for healthcare, and we can see that this includes various standards for documents, medical documents, which are supposed to make them comparable across Europe, across the EU. This is the National Health Portal, e-health, or e-zdraví, and you see it. And this is something which can be useful to medical doctors. It can be used to many other actors in the field of healthcare, but also for patients. And these are portals which will certainly expand the offer and the services for the patients and for all the parties involved. We have the master health registers. We had we were thus able to get better information about the patients, about their health condition, and about the healthcare which is being administered to them. And it registered virtually everything that was connected with the patients and with the healthcare providers. So it is really important that all the healthcare providers be connected to the National Center, to the Master Health Register, if you like, and there will be the central service point that will be concentrating all this. Then we also have what we call the e-request, and it is we today have electronic recipes which can help you get the medicaments which are prescribed by the doctors without having to go there, and we plan we prepare a project of the Act on Electronic Healthcare Services, which includes obviously this e-request, and it is very important because it will make everybody's life easier. This is the electronic application called EZ Card. It exists still from the times of COVID. In the year to come, there will be a new application which is being prepared, and we can switch users. We can switch for various functions like e-requests, like identification of the patient, like all kinds of data which can be relevant to him or her. And there will be some more components which will be necessary. And here we have the patient profile, here we have the received medical documentation, services, sections, preventive examination and screenings, vaccination certificate, medical reports, and all that. That is all very important, so we can connect when, for instance, a doctor will want to prescribe a drug. He will first connect to this to see all the relevant information which is necessary for that. We hope we still have room to further improve. This means it all was worth about 1 billion crowns. These are the functionalities of the EZ card, and with this sum, we hope that it will be satisfactory for everyone, and I think that it will really allow for centralization of the healthcare management.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And now we will start the panel discussion, which will be also joined by Martin Borian, the member of the board of the Czech Association of Software Agencies. I would like to ask our guests here in the meeting room to use the slide application to raise your question. So, I would like to mention that your teams are, in fact, assisting to digitalization, and if you look at this period, which has already passed, do you have the feeling that thanks to the National Recovery Plan and thanks to the projects which have been implemented, the situation has changed, that's improved, that the state is the better procurer? I think it's better, but I can't say that we will be really excited, because the issue is that the more money we give to the digitalization, the more requests we have in respect of the core. And now, in fact, the situation has changed, and the difference between the number of the core and the number of applications and the competences which the people possess. Because if I order the designer to do something, I will buy some software, and then I need to use it. But it has certain lifetime, it requires certain competences and so on. But if in the authorities using the application are missing a person who could be called the product owner, who could see how further the application could be developed, then the project is dying off, because it's impossible to develop it further. So it's excellent that we've managed to start the implementation of all these IT tools, but the National Recovery Plan shows us that there is a lack of investments into the professionals using the applications. You know, there was some appeal or some challenge in respect of capacities and human resources. Do you feel a certain bottleneck in your area, or what do you feel to be the most urgent challenges? Yes, thank you for your question, because to find the quality human resources to the positions specialized in IT, whether it concerns the IT architects or some other designers and so on. So we have to find primarily these people with those capacities, and to maintain them is really a challenge, because we need to be able to use the possibilities of these applications in the full capacity. Mrs. Ransdorfova, what you perceive as the problems in your sector? Well, the colleagues mentioned the personal capacities. I believe that this is applicable to all the sectors. It concerns not only the justice, but I believe that other ministries as well. Because if you have some colleagues who work on a certain application and then they leave, you have to train new people, and in fact, the knowledge of the previous ones or competencies are partially lost. So I believe that we are a little bit disadvantaged in this respect. So that complicates our life. And it's also difficult to find a good supplier, because if you have a good team on your side, sophisticated ones, you have to find the same capacities on the side of the suppliers, because we had the situation, as I already mentioned, we had to stop one of the projects because the vendor appeared to be not sufficiently capable. And that's why we had to initiate a new project. So the cooperation between the procurer and the vendor is very important. The problems with capacities and the public procurement, is that the issue which you also faced in the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport? We had it a little bit specific. In our cases, the public procurement was mostly performed by schools, because we provided schools with money in order they can buy the necessary equipment. And we also invested quite a lot into the training of teachers. That was the significant difference. I believe that especially in our sector, it's a very important issue. So in our case, all involved persons approach it in very sound way. I would like to thank here also the team of the State Pedagogy Institute who was working on that. And in my sector, we really perceive it very well. So speaking about the public procurement, if you take into account the fact that we have more than 10,000 schools in the Czech Republic, so we had faced the really hard task, explaining them what they can, what they can't. Sometimes the directors of the schools have their own ideas, what they would like to do, but it was necessary to highlight very strictly that the rules have to be followed very strictly, especially as concerns the money provided by EU. So it was difficult, but I believe that we've managed it. What was the most difficult in your sector? I think that the colleagues have already mentioned the greatest challenges that, in fact, we faced the competence issues, I believe, in all the sectors. And public procurement is another issue. And that's also related to the terms which are really also very strict, especially in the frame of the National Recovery Plan, because you have to manage to put together all the necessary people, all the necessary equipment, and all the necessary roles in such a way that you manage to keep the terms determined by the program framework. So, it's quite difficult sometimes to breach the processes which you people are used for decades, and I believe that this is the problem which we faced. We have the questions from slide application here. If the National Recovery Plan helped to start the digitalization of the Czech Republic, do you believe it will continue also after the end of this National Recovery Plan? What do you think? Shall we continue in it? I believe that the digitalization, in order that digitalization could continue successfully, it's the problem of the capacities and specialists on the side of the procurer and on the side and the selection of the vendors. It's always associated with the professionalism, capacities, and the relationship between the procurer and the vendor. If the vendor is stronger in this relation, it can also lead to better arrangement of all this procurement process. Question to Mr. Schindler from the Information Digitalization Agency. May the artificial intellect contribute to improvement of fastering this process? I believe so. Of course, it can make it faster, it can make it more effective. It's necessary to consider the implementation of the tool in such a way to make it in the correct way to be effective. So the question to the representatives of the sectors. So another question from Slido. How do the users react to your projects? Do you have any feedback? Mrs. Nadarfova, what is the feedback? It depends on whether I look at it from the point of view of the sector or from the point of view of users. Of course, in the sector of justice, the users appreciate this digitalization. They are happy that they will not receive the records from the courtrooms on the CD-ROMs, and they will not be forced to rewrite it and so on. As regards the users, they are quite conservative. They are not willing to use the modern technology very much. But I believe that as the generations are changing, it will be better. And we are providing the administrative support to all those who need to cope with the new tools. So how does it look in the sector of education? I would really like to distinguish also the digital technologies and artificial intelligence. As you know, it says they are good servant, but very bad masters. So we have really to approach it in the very selective way. At the beginning we were doubting whether it would be successful, but as we received the funds to equipped the schools with the necessary equipment. We had the money to train teachers and other users. But at this moment, we really need to look for the procedures which will, in fact, deep-rooted and will assure so-called well-being, digital well-being, in order the technologies are really actively used in the schools. And what about the healthcare, the physicians and the patients? So there are different groups, physicians with the lack of trust and sometimes even with the resistance. The patients, let's say, express another hope. I believe that the digitalization has been rather accepted positively by the patients. Nevertheless, there is a more difficult task in this respect. We have also a great part of patients in the age and the mental status when they are unable to enjoy the digital benefits. So it's quite difficult with a certain group of inhabitants, but there we will have to pay great attention to, especially to those patients. But experience from other countries shows that it's possible also continuously change the situation also in this respect. That is the question to Mr. Borian. As regards the political cycles and the changes in the political representation of the Czech Republic, does it affect the digitalization significantly? I believe that the digitalization is proceeding so fast that it is not affected by the elections. And I believe it should not be affected because digitalization should not be non-political. Because it's something like a common sense or come the business. It doesn't matter which sphere you work, you in fact want the application which you work with brings you some savings in time, in processes, and maybe also in the costs. So we can speak about the priorities and goals, but I believe that otherwise it can't be affected. So I would like to raise another question to all of you. What lessons do you take from the projects which you implemented? I mean, in respect of the improvement in the area of digitalization in the Czech Republic. So, Mr. Černý, it came to my mind as soon as you asked, the more money, the more responsibility in the administration of the means. I believe that cooperation is important, the cooperation between the teams implementing the project and the vendors. Because if there is no cooperation, it can make the process much more lengthy. I would like to add that what's important is to identify and determine the qualification criteria for the public procurement, because if you do not have clearly determined criteria, the process is then lengthy and meeting the criteria could be quite hard. I personally believe that in such a speed and in such a structure, there was quite a lot of projects implemented, and I would not like to repeat this experience again, because in these 2 years of the National Recovery Plan, we really exhausted all our forces and all our capacities. What's the lesson from you, Mr. Burian? Greater investments to technologies as well as to human resources, because each application has to be owned by somebody, and each application needs to have some administrator, because the citizens don't want to have anything complex. They just want to be able to buy simply the ticket and so on. So thank you for your opinions. Thank you for your presentations. I would like to thank Mr. Chenjik, Mr. Sanders-Slova, Mr. Cherny, Mr. Foldin, and Mr. Burian for your presentation and for the participants in this discussion. So let's turn to the further part of our today's program. It means the presentation of some particular projects which were implemented thanks to the National Recovery Plan. So there will be the series of presentations, and after that there will be a coffee break. So I believe that you will manage to follow the further discussions.
I would like now to pass the floor on Mr. Karel Trpkoš, who will tell us more about the Yenda application. Thank you.
Proč mě sem pozvali, protože to, co vám budu představovat, vlastně jako všichni znáte, milionkrát jste to viděli, milionkrát to používáte, je to vlastně úplně stejný ekosystém, jako máte v bance, jako máte, když si kupujete letenku a tak dále. Jedinou asi odlišností je, že jsme ho vlastně jako udělali v rámci jako státní správy a na MPSV. No nicméně, když už teda tady jsem, tak ho zkusím jako ve 4 slajdech představit. 10 minut není dlouhá doba, ale ono ještě neběží tady, tak je to docela dobrý. Tak, ekosystém Yenda. Když mluvím o ekosystému, tak je potřeba si uvědomit, co zatím je, jenom abyste měli představu z pohledu jako
Realize what it is and what's the scope. We're talking about information systems worth about 400 million crowns that were spent between 2020 to this day. And what are the characteristics? One of them is that it has 4 channels, it has a modular front end, and a hybrid cloud. This is quite interesting. Actually, there was a system where you had the standard tasks and the features that are associated with it, which means that we have an architecture where we want to and there are some shared components. We have shared APIs, and when it comes to functionalities, they are not doubled or overlapping. There is always a single one. It is a certain ecosystem. Everything that goes on takes place in real time. If you post the request, you will it will be treated actually immediately. It is very much the same as making a payment using your e-bank or when you buy an air ticket. And it is paid for by the state administration. And
jednak máme relativně velký počet stažení.
we are, and there must be a mobile application which clients have to have, and it's been downloaded so very many times that we are really pleased because it shows that it's heavily used. Then we have also assisted services, including assisted submitting of all kinds of requests. Sometimes there are places where they like the digital environment very much, so there are other places where they are a bit reluctant, but once again we use a number of channels which they can use alternatively, and if it is more suitable to them. I'm very happy because the clients of the Labour Office, and there are various groups of people. It can be mothers requesting their maternity allocation, and there, of course, they are very happy when they can exceed this service using the digital channel. And obviously, elderly people are less fluent with using these technologies, but again, they can be assisted. So all this is one ecosystem. All the components are just single instruments which are used for each service. We try to make the service more to improve in a better quality. The ideal situation is that even if you fail to use the digital application or mobile application, it shouldn't take you more than a walk to the nearest post office and to make it there. So to bring it as close to the citizens as possible. Well, I've mentioned this already. The architecture is modern, and we really want to make it sustainable over long periods. In many cases, when it comes to individual processes, there are likely to be some modifications, changes, and there can be some more processes which will have to be put in place in the future. So what we did was that we actually made all those components which the system consists of independent. They can be standalone components, and if we need to compose some new functionality, a new process, we can take the individual components one by one and put them together to suit our needs. We have rules in order to make it work, and we know how the design should look like. All that participates in the process, the key components you can see here behind me, those of you who in many cases come across some legal issues and processes. Again, he or she can find all the necessary data very quickly. And we also seek to set the processes in such a way as to suit the best for that particular client. We notify people about some changes or similar things. We also notify the clients about the progress on his file to avoid him or her to look for them and to ask questions around. So we try really to do it everything in such a way as to suit the best the client's needs. Our advantage is that we build a system together with our suppliers, but actually we are the managing authority. We are the authors of the concept. Our concept is robust IT, and we are the designers, actually. And then we have suppliers who provide various functionalities. So this is a system which we're well familiar with, and I think that we have a very good results, even in comparison with other ministries. The truth is that we have to be very quick, very fast, and the way we deliver our services, the fastness, and is a guarantee that we will be able to proceed in a similar way in the future. Everything will be fast enough. This is no surprise to you. We have hybrid architecture. We can see that everything works on a cloud. We also have stack, HCI, Azure HCI, and both parts are very closely interconnected. The front ends, there are 4 channels, and every time we seek, I can speak about the mobile application, for instance. When we want to build another channel, we want to make use of what has been built in the previous channel. It should remain open even in the future, and that is why we have construed the front end in this way. If you have something in React, it should be easy to find in React, and so on. We've always been quite meticulous about building the platform in such a way as to cooperate with cloud. Thanks to cloud, we have very good capacity. The solution is robust, it is safe, and the 2 parts which the entire system consists of can be very properly and closely connected. Obviously, the customer's journey should always be built in one place or as one journey. We wouldn't call it an experience or whatever, but the client should perceive it as something which was a single-step affair. So we have several types of processes for employment, for social allocations. We can see that the clients have a certain philosophy which they've already come with. It is not that we teach them, because they do have something that they have done previously, some homework. They have the mobile application, and then working with it, they can smoothly cooperate in with the system. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation and for the introduction of the presentation. We hope to learn more about how consultancy can help municipalities with building new developments with new developments. So now we have Martin Kafka. Well, time is running out, and I never stick to my time limit, but I promised to myself that I would do that this time. We often talk about the project Obec On, which is a small step for ministry, but a huge leap for the development on a regional level and for the quality of life. We usually cooperate with mayors and investments departments, and I usually present this, but it should be shorter. I want to use just 10 minutes to show how a project can be useful. The European Commission, and I'm very glad for that because we don't get too much of the reproaches, but the Commission does reproach us with having a small infrastructure for projects, and they criticize us. And I go around and try to find out what's the reality, and it's really so complicated. And whatever we were used to provide for the communes, for the municipalities, was at a very low level, and we wanted to make it much simpler. We have, let us imagine a typical representative of a municipality. He has some instruments, he has the National Recovery Plan, he has money, he has a vision, he gets ideas from the local inhabitants, but he is alone and he doesn't know how to do and how to cope. But we can help. Switch to the implementation. We will help you. Help to your village or to your municipality. Well, and that's the message of the project. Now, the active mayors come to us and they ask for specific services. For instance, they do not know what DS and whatever, or design build, conceiving of orders and so on, plenty of other things. But this is very simple because they have a web application and they consult the project which they need to be explained, whether it be a vision or some technical parameters of existing buildings or whatever. We can discuss online with experts who will have to fast forward it. And the biggest problem today is what we already spoke about, that's the public offers. And then there are some technical parameters. If if they can recur to the experts who are provided by us, it can really fast forward the implementation to shrink the time necessary for days. They also are connected through us with the investment bank, and there are huge projects which were also treated by our system. All that is available free of charge within the framework of the National Recovery Plan. I wasn't the one to invent this. There were many people who were involved in the preparatory phase, and we are very thankful to them to have helped us. And we also thank them for having made it possible for us to be in this conference, to participate in the conference, because this is really something where it may look like small steps, but it has a great impact and it can improve the quality of life. It's not an icebreaker or something that would be some momentous event, but it is one of the options which is available, and it is very useful for people.
To turn back to the context, the National Recovery Plan falls within the component 4.1.10. So we have the consultancy services for public investors. So if you enter your project into this application, the specialists in legal issues and technical issues will contact you and will help you in the arrangement of all the necessary things. And then there are the specialists who are in contact with the mayors and investment departments of municipalities, who visit the municipalities. They can help in defending the intent of the project. So in fact, this is a kind of a state supervision over the quality of the projects prepared by the municipalities. As I mentioned, you can ask for the consultancy through online environment. There are no paperwork necessary, so it requires nothing more than your knowledge of your investment and know-how of your team. So here are the numbers. We know that in Czech Republic we have more than 6,200 villages or municipalities. So we've been working with most of them. In half of them, we are involved in the implementation of the particular project. It doesn't mean that the other half does not want to cooperate with us, but maybe these are the municipalities who do not intend to make some investments. We are cooperating with those who are active. Another one topic, because the National Fund of the Investment Support plays a very important role in the preparation of investment projects for the accessible rental housing. So we are solving and speaking about these issues quite a lot because we feel the crisis of housing in the Czech Republic. But here in this chart, you can see that 99% of all the investment in the Czech Republic is in the private sector. That's not usual. Nowhere in the world it reaches such a high level. Czech Republic has the exceptional position in that sense that together with the municipalities, we have prepared the projects valued at about 60 billion Czech crowns. And now they are in the stage of the construction permit procedure. But the problem is the National Plan of Recovery has used all the means which were dedicated to these projects already. But maybe there will be some further programs in the future. So here are some of the projects. On the previous slide, you saw the total numbers. So here, what's important is the in fact, enthusiasm of the mayors and the willingness of the mayors to be involved in such a project. Here you can see the examples of the mayors who were cooperating with us and were satisfied with the results of their projects. Unfortunately, I have 55 seconds available. But the most important thing which I want to tell you is something else. If really it has attracted you, if you really want to make any investment in your municipality, remember just one word, obecon.cz. Tell that to your mayors, to the boards of councils of your municipalities. Tell them that here on this website they can find the specialist professionals who can help them to implement their projects. And furthermore, we have a clear connection to the financing institutions, so we can play the important role in the preparation, designing, and also funding of your investments. Thank you for your attention. I've forgotten one important thing. The National Recovery Plan operate usually in regions, and they are represented by the mayors. So the mayors of the municipalities, thank you for the possibility to present this presentation here. Thank you very much for keeping the time limit. As you mentioned, you usually do not do it. So let's now turn to the academic sphere. Here is Professor Daniel Macek from the Civil Engineering Faculty of the Czech Technical University, who will tell you something more about the digitalization program at the university, particularly in the civil engineering. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will present here the project which was supported by the National Recovery Plan in the area of education. It's concerning both digitalization and education. So in fact, the two goals of the programs have been matched here together. As the first slide, I raised the question, why digitalization in construction? Why to implement such a study program? Because digitalization has been discussed for already, let's say, 15 or 20 years. But one of the projects why the digitalization was dragging behind, as it has been already mentioned here, was associated with the people, because there was the lack of qualified people who could be able to understand it, who could be able to use the instruments, who could be able to work with the information in such effective way that would allow to use all the possibilities which the digitalization offers. And roughly 15 years ago, we started to speak about the methodology called BIM, B-I-M. And in the and from 2027, there will be the act on the administration of documentation in the civil construction will come into force. So we started to work on it 15 years ago. We saw the potential, but many people were skeptic. They said, well, who will use it? Who will implement it? The people are not so skilled to be able to use it. And 15 years later, the potential has not been used yet. It does not concern only the Czech Republic. I believe that we are somewhere in the middle in the Czech Republic. Some countries are in a better position, some in the worse. But this issue has not been solved yet, and one of the most urgent problems is the level of education and lack of knowledge among the human resources. In the Faculty of Civil Engineering, we've implemented a new study program called Digitalization of in Civil Engineering. It's the master's degree program. Its length is 1.5 years, as it's usual for the master's programs. It's the profession-oriented program, so the great attention is paid to the cooperation with the practice and practical companies. So it means that we have a lot of specialists from practice working or lecturing in this program. And students also mandatory pass some internship in the construction companies. This program is not only for the graduates of the bachelor's degree, but also for people from practice who want to extend their knowledge in this area. So in the Faculty of Civil Engineering, we've opened the first combined form of study when the lectures are held on Friday afternoon and on Saturdays. So we've already started this program. So the first year has been already fully occupied by the applicants. So people who want to get to know all these digitalization issues and the softwares can apply for this program. Just a few words about how this program was prepared. It was not based on saying we are teaching that and that in our faculty and just compiling it into a new study program. But we took the opposite approach. So we addressed the top managers of construction companies, asking them what they expect from the graduates of the study program digitalization in civil construction. Based on the questionnaire which they filled in, so it means that the managers in fact created a list of the capabilities, skills, abilities, competences which they would expect from the graduates of our faculty. Then we've sorted them to several topics, and based on that we created the study program which we implemented. And then we focused on the people who could teach these topics or these lectures. So first we looked in the Faculty of Engineering, then we looked to other faculties of the Czech Technical University, and the topics which we were unable to cover from the academic sphere were then covered by, or are covered by, the experts from practice whom we approached. So just an example how the teaching is running through all the Faculty of Civil Engineering. There are 9 departments from the Faculty of Civil Engineering and 2 departments from the Faculty of IT. So one subject or one lesson is not covered by just a particular person, but that is the whole team of experts working on the particular topic. So the aim is to provide students with the most comprehensive information. As regards the students, it's the only graduate or the master's degree program where many people from various spheres can apply, not only the graduates of the bachelor program of the civil engineering. So here are people from environment, from construction, from architecture, and automation, programming, and so on. So these people then learn how to make the programming, how they can use various systems. So all these people should turn to a kind of a pillars within the companies where they will be able to interconnect all the aspects of the digital information in order the companies can work more efficiently. As I mentioned, the employability of graduates is very wide. It will, in fact, depend on the fact what was their bachelor's studies, because we have many students who study the daily or full-time study in some other sphere, and in the combined study they study this program. So this combined form and the time schedule allows that, and we believe that it is also important for development of the civil engineering, also in respect of the fact how this sector is now being transformed. As regards the partners from practice, here is the list of some partners we've signed the contracts with them, where our students can pass their practice or internship. At the same time, many people from the companies are involved in our teaching, and they also offer some further positions or positions in the companies where they come from. So this program is really very perspective. Interest is great, and in the first year we opened it for 25 people. It was fully filled in. For the next year we prepare the capacity for 50 students, and we've received more than 60 applications already. And I believe that for the development of construction industry, such a development is very important. So thank you for your attention, and as we are approaching the coffee break, I hope I haven't taken your time for a long time. Thank you for your presentation. Now, from the academic and construction sphere, we will turn to the culture and to creativity. So we will speak about the creative center, of music. Mrs. Sorry for the name, I haven't got it. Who will present to you the birthhouse of the composer of Antonín Dvořák, because we believe that the culture and the heritage plays an important role in our lives. And we are very happy that we managed to be involved in the National Recovery Plan, in the scope of which we made the reconstruction of the birth house of Antonín Dvořák. I believe it's not necessary to introduce Antonín Dvořák here. I believe that everybody knows him. So, Antonín Dvořák was born in Nelahozaves, where his birth house is, and he was from a very modest family. He was born in the family of the butcher, and also they were running a pub, and the pub used to be kind of a cultural center where people were gathering to enjoy their time. He was important not only in the Czech but also in the international context. For 3 years he was working in the National Music Conservatory in USA. He also worked in England and in Germany and other countries. As regards Antonín Dvořák, we have a lot of places of his heritage here, but we are really happy that there is only one birth house of him. Here you can see the historical photos of that house, of the birth house. As regards the place itself, the building was raised in 16th century. As I mentioned, it used to be a pub, where local people used to come for enjoyment. And Antonín Dvořák took a lot of inspiration for his music there. But already in 19th century, the house was destroyed by a fire, and in the 20th century, the house got to the ownership of Lobkowicz. And unfortunately, because of the development in the 20th century, this national memorial was nationalized and was given to the family of Lobkowicz only after the Velvet Revolution. So in 2019, the organization Lobkowicz Heritage took it over and started the reconstruction. Now I would like to introduce to you the activities of this cultural center. We don't want to call it museum because in our case the spectrum of activities is very wide. We have both. We have the educational programs focused not only on the childhood of Antonín Dvořák, but also on the life in the countryside in the 19th century. And of course, there is the permanent exposition there for that. There is the audio guide. We have the special devices where each visitor can go through the exposition in his own speed and can listen to the story of the small Antonín Dvořák who lived his childhood there.
Obviously, we organize a number of cultural activities. The place is very suitable for that. We also have residence programs for both Czech and foreign participants. Another important factor is the community factor. This is a small village, and we want that the birthplace of Antonín Dvořák be a central point of the social life in the village, and that all kinds of activities be organized there. We also have some commercial interests which help sustain our the birthplace. That is, we organize concerts with professional players, and we obviously sell tickets, but we can also send some souvenirs and similar things. We are very happy that the entire reconstruction has been awarded a number of times. It was the exposition part of the site, or it was the reconstruction of the house and the attractiveness of the exposition. All that was assessed and really appreciated. Now, what is the most important is the opening of the Creative Center. The entire reconstruction couldn't work without the help of the National Recovery Plan. Now, the overall budget was 113,450,000, and the financial support from the National Recovery Plan was 51,529,000. We needed more resources. It was IROPS. It was Norwegian funds, it was Central Bohemian region, and also some private donors. In the end, I would like to thank very much, because I'm perfectly aware that without the financial support, we wouldn't have been able to do all that we've done. We wouldn't be able to organize all those activities. We really want to be those who will carry the cultural legacy forward and to maintain, to sustain this memory, this cultural memory. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was a series of brilliant presentations which told you a lot about the practical implementation of the National Recovery Plan. Now it's time for coffee, and please be back by 11:20, and we will pursue our discussion about the energy modernization.
Dámy a pánové, připravujeme se na start další panelové diskuze, takže vás všechny poprosím, abyste
we
se
will start
posadili, pokud
with the
jste
new
ještě v
panel.
sálí a slyšíte mě, tak prosím, pojďte se do místnosti
We
a
are
usaďte se, abychom mohli začít s panelovou diskuzí na téma
seated,
modernizace
please.
energetiky.
We can put on your headphones and we will start with the energy legislation reforms and milestones. The presenters will speak in Czech, so you will need your headphones. Yes.
Stejně jako u té předchozí panelové diskuze, i nyní budete moci využít aplikaci Slido.
You will be able to use the Slido application. You can see the QR code on the monitors behind me. This opens the application. If you scan it, and as you can see, I did use this, and it was very welcome. As I can see in the hall, there are virtually no people missing, so we can start with panel one, national recovery plan, the energy legislative reforms and milestones. We will introduce to you the presenters, and we will then, after the presentations, we will discuss. So we have Mr. Pašek from the Duha movement, Jana Vránkova from the Electric Energy Data Center, and Mr. Bohuslav Čížek, the director of the Energy Power Generation Association, and Mr. Marcel Vdlask, who is the deputy member of the government from the Ministry of Industry. He will open the discussion. Good afternoon, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just some brief piece of information about the National Recovery Plan. It will be really very brief, but it is just to further explain some of the facts and some of the data. The presentation is divided into two parts. One of them are investments, and the other one is reforms, as have been proposed for the National Recovery Plan. The investments were focused on three areas: that is, distribution network, photovoltaics, and heat supply systems. As to the investments in the distribution network, I will show you this. So, how it worked in time. Almost 7.5 billion crowns have been allocated, and actually the real drawing, the real result was a little bit less, just slightly. And 54 projects have been supported. The investments were aiming the modernization of the energy distribution, especially in communities. As to photovoltaics, about $500 million has been allocated, and the real spendings were 5.7, slightly smaller. The reason for that was that the authorization processes are often quite long, and we didn't cope with the time limits. As to heat distribution and heat supply, you can see the distribution. You can see the projects, 45 projects have been supported. The budget has been entirely used, entirely consumed to 1.6 billion crowns. I think that it is the remote heating systems which deserve really the biggest sums of investment, because they are very obsolete, and it will be something which will be even more important for people, and we will have to focus even more on the modernization of the heat distribution systems, because the situation is as it is, and it really calls for the modernization. As to the reforms, in my ministry, we prepared projects of laws. Is the simplification of renewable energy source, or RES, and then it's green energy. I'll just put stress on the most important points, that is the increase of limits for the installed output of the source, which means that it raised from 10 to 50 megawatts, which kilowatts. I think that it is very important, and it helped the internet a lot. And then there are all kinds of reliefs, all that's less than 50 kilowatts. These buildings were allowed to avoid or to skip the building permit procedure, which is very lengthy and very problematic, and it was just for the minor sources. Now, then also people are allowed to provide for themselves. Again, the output must be below 50 kilowatts, and they again are exempted from the building permits procedure. Then we have leg 1 and legs 1 and legs 2. I think that one of the problems is the transfers of energy from one spot to another spot, and we were trying to focus on that. The community energy generation was given much greater space for them to come into being, to start to exist, and then to expand. What is important is EDC, that is the Electro-Technical Data Center. It is actually the central spot of all these schemes. It is important for calculation of the energy, reading the data about consumption, and to deduce the shared energy from other projects. So again, there was the simplification of processes for the community energy, and creating the distribution network and EDC. Lex 3, that was modernization of the market, and Lex OZE 3 focused on the energy accumulation, which is very important. For me personally, the fact that the accumulation the accumulation source may not be physically adjacent to the generation of power. I think this is something very important. This has become very popular in the Czech Republic, and there are many accumulation sources. There are many battery repositories which are being registered. I think that this is very helpful, and it can be interesting for investors as well. So from our point of view of the ministry, well, obviously we are not a business. We are not supposed to make business, but we are supposed to create suitable conditions for businesses and for business people. These projects are very important, and they can stimulate the community energy schemes, the batteries, the repositories, and many other things to advance very quickly. So this was just to give you a very brief idea about what it all is about. So we will have a discussion later on. Thank you very much for the presentation and for the presentation of all the reforms and the data which is available from the National Recovery Plan. And let us now start with the discussion. My first question is, out of all these reforms and these investments, what, in your opinion, is the most important? What really helped the Czech power generation modernize and become more sustainable? I think, Mr. Paška, what do you think is the most important thing?
Of course, from the point of view of the NGOs and it's Lex RES2 and all the set of the rules, as well as the energy data center, which allows or provides for the establishment of the energy centers and community centers. So this is the change which affects the Czech energy sector in general. It means kind of the settlement of the certain environment which was missing here for a long time. I believe that Mr. Deputy Minister has correctly highlighted the importance of all this legislation, because the possibility given to the citizens to produce their own energy and to use it, the support to the households still needs to continue. Many things have been already successful, and I'm really happy that this work continues, because not everything is ready. Not all the reforms, not all the milestones of the National Recovery Plan have reached their targets which they could have. So it was mentioned here, EDC, electric energy data center. I am very glad that Mrs. Vrankova is here, because she represents this center. So what change meant this establishment of this center? And the question is whether the Czech Republic is ready for the greater development of the decentralized sources of energy. I will start from the back. EDC is just one part of the preparation for the decentralization of energy. In fact, we should turn to the brain of the Czech energy sector for the development of the energy network and energy resources, electricity resources. But the establishment of EDC was the first significant step showing that the electricity sector is developed based on a certain strategy and so on. Well, not everything is functioning well yet. However, the discussion concerning the electric power energy has become the topic for the discussions of many specialists as well as the population. Because many people are considering the questions of the sufficient output they would like to install and so on. So I would like to mention also that it's not the end of the process. So it has been mentioned here that there is the Lex RES3, but from 2027 we will start some new functionalities. So sure, we will continue in this direction, and I believe that the structure will be more and more robust with the time. Mr. Cizek, you are from the Association of Energy Industry. How you perceived these changes? Has it really brought the real modernization or transformation of the Czech energy sector? No, I was able to participate in those discussions where the National Recovery Plan was generated. So there probably could be more topics, more reforms. So these all are the topics which are mentioned by everybody as the priorities. So that's the first comment. As regards the transformation of industry and energy sector, if we can take the national plan of the Czech Republic for the period to 2030, that is the great aim of the goal of the decarbonization of economy and so on. This is quite an important step. So there are a lot of things the Czech industry needs to invest into. So this is just a part of the whole puzzle, because all the industry can't be based just on one program or just on one direction of the development. So today, if we consider the investments into networks, it's important, and we will be facing further investments in amounts of millions and maybe even billions of crowns. But what is important that this program combines the reforms of the particular parts, and we will discuss it furthermore. But if we speak about the subsidies and other programs, if we take the issue of the network, so network is the area where really it would be worth to use some subsidies for the development of that. Because probably it will not reduce the price of the whole process, and it will reduce the total cost of what everything we pay. Well, there are many small projects in this area. Comparing it with the previous periods and this National Recovery Plan, there is the possibility that anybody could build some electrophotovoltaic power plant and will develop it. But that's not the matter of the prices, but it could turn into the certain contribution to the energy mix. And as we've discussed it, photovoltaic some years ago, today we already have it in our republic, so we can see that the situation is being changed.
Tady zaznělo tak
As it has been mentioned already, in the National Recovery Plan, the subsidies and the adjustment of legislation were matched together. So, Mr. Dusk, how do you perceive it? Was it important to have it so interconnected? And what lessons we have taken from it for the future? Because sometimes some funding programs are not sufficient if it's not accompanied with the legislation reforms. You are fully right. I will react a little bit to what the other speaker said. You are right. If there is no legislation environment, all the funding and subsidies are for nothing or meaningless. If you subsidize the twisted legislation environment, it's wrong, always. So the National Recovery Plan and subsidies which were implemented in the National Recovery Plan forced the legislators to improve the legislative environment that managed to be done. At that time, I was a member of the Chamber of Deputies in Parliament. I was witnessing all that progress. And finally, the deputies understood that it's necessary. And that was the starting point for the further development of this segment. Now I would like to react to what has been already mentioned here, but we have to realize that the segment of this energy we are speaking about here, it's photovoltaic, wind power, electric production, and so on, is significantly smaller than the needs of the Czech Republic are. So the energy of the Czech Republic is based on other sources. Nevertheless, it's necessary to develop these schemes and these ways of the production. The question is whether the investors decide to use some green sources to meet the decarbonization goals. But for a certain period, it will not be the core of our energy industry. Well, our energy sector has to be stabilized and safe. This could be some addition to it. It could be some expansion. So that's what I wanted to say, because the safety and the energy security is the very important thing. And we need to invest to these centers, not only to the big ones or transborder ones, but also to the community networks. For the cases, if it happens, if some local blackout or something like that happens. So it all has to be safe and reliable, and I believe that we've already made steps in that respect. Mr. CZECH, as it has been mentioned here, the national plan had a certain startup effect, and the market could take over this initiative furthermore. So do you think we are already in this phase? Are we there? Is the market able to take over the further steps, and the National Recovery Plan initiated it, and now it will just continue by its own line? You know, it's one of the important conditions. There are a lot of challenges on this path, but we have not reached the finish yet. And the investors are ready to invest if they have the conditions. The one thing is the technical matter, then the price is another one, Then, of course, there is the question of technologies, of some pilot projects in the frame of the policy and some vision. But if you have nothing to continue, if you do not have all these pre-requirements, you can't continue in that respect. Well, if I have the technology, I have it. But if I have no legislative environment and I have no other conditions, then I couldn't use it. Now the question is, now there are some discussion about the hydrogen, but the question is how it will be further developed and whether I will have the chance to use it. There are a lot of things which need to be done still on the national as well as international level. And I believe that we have to come also with some proposals or motions what to do. Czech Republic is now adjusting its Civil Engineering Act, and that's also the question how it will be implemented and how it will be developed further on. Because every month we have to follow the costs which are associated with the energy fees and other money. So the aim should be to reduce the costs associated with all these activities. So the recovery plan can serve as kind of the update, and there come some kind of a starting point for further activities which could be further generated in the future. And I believe we will continue in that sense. Mrs. Vranková, National Recovery Plan has started something, and now it's necessary to continue. So what other steps, what other activities, what other reforms can we expect from the point of view of EDC? Of course, as on the 1st of August we will start commission some new functionalities, that will not mean the end of our work. We are considering some other functionalities on solution of which we will continue to work. So we have certain plan up to 2030, and we have an experience that it's worth to follow the process step by step. And we are meeting the requirements of our shareholders who really want us to be able to react to the development of the Czech country. Furthermore, there is another thing which is associated with the procurement process, because the tender procedures are really very lengthy. And if whatever we do, if the process takes such a long time, the tender documentation will not be updated or actual at the moment when the tender is finished and when the project should start to be implemented. So if we want to have the result for some acceptable price, we have to make the process faster. Another question is the dynamic pricing. Mr. Paszek, what are other tasks which should be implemented based on the existing national recovery plan? I would like to support the ideas mentioned by Deputy Minister Tusk. The national recovery plan is very valuable, not only because of the funding and subsidies, but also mainly because of the reforms which have been implemented and which will contribute to further development of the sector. Today the cost of 1 unit of electricity is produced by the nuclear energy, and about 1/5 of our export represent the export of the wind power stations components. And one of the reforms which is now considered is implementation of some acceleration mechanisms, but the potential which the wind energy provides is endangered because, for instance, the amendments proposed to the Energy Act are limiting, reducing many of the possibilities. So if we want to limit the acceleration limits to the distance of 500 meters or up to 2,200 meters from the residential areas, then it means that we will have the areas which could be used will be limited to 52%. So some of these acceleration areas will be eliminated, and we will have no chance to regulate the business environment in this respect, because the slow regulatory processes are the main barrier to the development in this sector. So I believe that the Czech Republic will use its potential in the production of electricity as well as in the production of the components. So we will be independent from the Western supplies, and we will be able to produce our energy by ourselves. And that will be the contribution to the reforms of the national plan.
Mr. Dlask, you represent the government, so please give us some reaction. Are we to be afraid that because of those zones, the potential will not be properly used? I will react to it. The process of the acceleration zones preparation was going on in a way which I prefer not to comment on as a member of the government. But we sort of had to accept the outcome, and we try to cope. Some of the acceleration zones will disappear. The new government has proposed, the previous government suggested that the entire Czech Republic be the acceleration zone. Well, actually, it has to be there. It has to exist. It includes all kinds of protection zone that is necessary for the nature. And then we had the debate over the action plan, and the National Recovery Plan, thus the condition, sets certain data which we have to comply with. So there will be acceleration zones, and the program really works by minutes. They've been, there are teams of people who really have timesheets elaborated, broken to minutes. And we're trying now to answer all the objections or the remarks, and I think that there will be, the acceleration zones will come into being. Well, then there are some questions from the Slido system. Could we provide some examples of specific projects? What is the good practice in regions? I think that we will find, but is there anything specific you would like, is there anybody who would like to present some good practice example. One of the components which hasn't been mentioned was the support to energy decentralization, not only by investments, that is networks, but also in line with the OZ2, that is the green energy. About 50 energy companies have arisen since then. There are specific projects like Energom Slovácko, which plans to storage energy with large capacity, and it will be centrally stored, so that will be cheaper. It will be more economous. And this is Energo Opavsko, which intends to build aeolian wind power generating unit. And again, they were supported by the plan, so they could make the feasibility study. And this is something which might be interesting for smaller settlements, and certainly it will be very beneficial. So, anybody else? I only can confirm that. I spoke about it at the beginning. You can see that the investors and the business sector found the segment which suits them the best. You can see that there were some units which were opened in various places, Kadaň and others. So you can see that the energy accumulation is really a scheme which will be heavily used, and it's being heavily used. Then there are some of the fans which are being installed, and it's the windmills, and they can be built. There have to be some rules. There have to be applied. There are municipalities which even request to be able to build one. They obviously expect that they will get some financial support, but it should be left to the investors and to the economists to decide. There is not a one recipe for all. I won't give you the names of specific firms, but you can see some of the topics which are new, and you can see that photovoltaics, there is something which can really be extremely interesting and covering really the entire scale of energy producers, starting with the smallest ones to the large units. And all of them can draw the financial means. And obviously they have to, again, comply with some rules in order to be connected to the network. And there are many good examples where you can see that the entire system can be modernized. On the other hand, what we have to avoid is leakages and losses. So this really is in context with some technical parameters. Now, this will be a question to the Ministry of Industry and Trade. How the ministry could support the heat generation units modernization, how about cogeneration and so on, and how about those who will not comply with the conditions? Well, this is quite difficult because while some legislative steps are being prepared, we need to preserve the legislative environment so as not to kill the heat generation before it's fully modernized and transformed into a new form, but this won't happen before 10 or 15 years. This is a segment which is heavily regulated, and we shouldn't crush it by further regulations. But we're looking for such rules which would be helpful, which would obviously prevent some excesses, but it should, above all, allow the heat providers, the existing heat providers, to survive the transition period. There must be safe deliveries of heat, and because otherwise we always have to realize that it is the customer who will be the final user. We do not know how the development will continue in, let's say, 10 or 15 years, what the R&D will bring, what some 10 or 15 years ago was something virtually unknown. Now it's almost ruling the whole world. So we will have to adapt the legal environment accordingly. Well, the final question is what lesson can be drawn, and what lesson could be drawn for the formulation of the plans and for those who use the plans. And I would say that for us, actually, we had to comply with a number of deadlines, and we had to give it a lot of work and time. There are some projects which will now be proposed to our customers, and some of them may not be the most up-to-date. But actually, it should include not just those things which are requested by the law or what is proposed by the National Recovery Plan, but we have to also count with the energy safety. And there is also the law on private, on public procurement. So there are many obstacles which we had to overcome. But we hope that we will comply with the first stage and we will continue. Thank you. The same question to Mr. Paszek. What lessons could be learned? For me, there are two important lessons. First, the interconnection of investments and reforms is extremely useful and fruitful. If you, that is, obviously, there are the financial means given by the EU. Many thought that the main goal is to just use them up. But this is no longer the case. We really have to make sure that the money thus spent will be made full use of in terms of efficiency. And energy generation is the industry where you have to work with a horizon of tens of years. So this is the lesson which we can take for the next financial programming period of the EU. The investments and reforms have to be put together. And another lesson is that it's very good to have someone who supervises the projects from the point of view of accomplishment, because oftentimes governments change. Well, depends on the elections, and plans may change, priorities may be forgotten, promising projects can be just discarded. So it is very good to have someone who periodically looks at everything and asks, have you really complied with your engagements? Do you really have the business models which have been proposed made full use of? Have you really accomplished the permitting procedure simplification process? So once again, it can be, well, I think it can be dated after 2028. And for that period, we will have to make sure that the Czech state is really consequent in drawing the, in fulfilling some commitments to the European Commission. I think that it is good to stress the overall results because they are the outcome of the reforms. And whatever you engage in, you always have to reach some results, some objectives. So these will have to be assessed. The certain programming period has finished, so we will have to make this clear also to companies. We will have to tell them that no longer these or those funds will be available and that they will have to be able to fend for themselves, to find their own means. And for all the reforms, there are the processes which have to be embarked upon, and there is the European regulation, and it all involves a number of steps which are still ahead, and we certainly have to be quite prudent when assessing all this. When you talk about the financial framework, you just answer one question which hasn't been yet touched upon. That's the programming period, and the task of the classical subsidies and financial instruments can be also taken into question. What would you say, Mr. Dlask? What will be the final lesson? Well, all that you mentioned is true, but actually we can be much more rational. Actually, I think that the most important is that we've learned to communicate with our partners. We as ministry started to be able to understand, to perceive the needs. In other words, we can understand the needs of the sector, and we know now that we are supposed to help the sector, we are supposed to provide what they want from us, but in order to know that, we have to communicate. So communication is the key. And I think that even politicians have grasped that. In some of the deliberations, they were able to find some common ground for certain solutions. Thank you very much, and I think that this communication is greatly assisted by this conference. I want to thank all the speakers and all those who answered the questions using the Slido. Now we will move forward to the next part of our program. We heard some questions concerning practical examples, and now we will have a look at some of them. And I would like to invite Mr. Pavel Kapek from the Prague municipality, and he will speak about the energy saving in buildings which belong to the city administration. project of energy savings. It has to do with the reconstruction of buildings. Some of the buildings are old, very old, some are a bit younger, but all of the buildings simply get older and older. So we had to see to it, and we had to develop a certain conception. The activities were split into two phases. That was the central dispatching, and then Vozovna Pankrác, which is the place where the tram cars, streetcars are stored. And these buildings are situated outside of the historic core of the city, so the requirements were less strict. And we also had exploited or used up some of the means which we had. So we started with the project. We started to use the National Recovery Program. The goal of our endeavors was to decrease the energy consumption of the buildings and to implement modern technologies, green technologies. We also wanted to put some of the investments activities we wanted to associate them with the goal of creating higher quality and effectiveness. We also wanted more comfortable systems. We also wanted, for instance, to use other flat roofs in order to install the photovoltaic panels or tanks for water heating. So we started with the heat insulation of the facades, then obviously the material used for roofs, where we also wanted to install the photovoltaics while respecting all the safety rules. We also replaced the boilers. We reconstructed also the depot, which is a place where trams spend the night, and that's quite energy consuming. We were using all available spaces, and we managed to save out of the original consumption of 4 megawatts, we cut it to 1.5, and the rest is stored. And sometimes we also supply it to the underground, to the 400 places within the system. It is used for aeration, for heating, or for lighting. So nothing is wasted, and we use 100%. How the project developed? We started in 2019.
It was excellent that it was the continuous evolution of the intents. So it was not the shot into unknown. In 2019, there was the need to change windows in one of the premises, and when we saw what is the status of the building built in '94, we decided to solve everything: facade, insulation, windows, and so on. So all that was designed. Then it was tendered, and the tender documentation has been prepared, and we had to explain it to the management, because management has certain plan of investments, and everything which goes out of this or which exceeds this investment plan has to be really decided in a special procedure. So we managed to defend our idea, and then we made the detailed calculation and started to prepare the application for the subsidy. Then we've organized the tender for the contractor, and in 23 we announced the call. And we managed to do all the work by the end of 24. The coordination of activities and measures. So here you can see the administrative building of the depot Kačerov. That building was built in 1984 from the panels, insulation abilities of which have lost the characteristics. So the facade was dismantled, and then the light surface construction was installed there to provide the sufficient space for dilatation. At the same time, the windows were replaced, and in the southern part of the facade, the photovoltaic power plant was installed. The sense of the EPC method. EPC method is used in the projects, and it guarantees that the energy characteristics will be met. So here you can see the example of the depot Kačerov. Here you can see the photovoltaic power plant on the southern wall of the building. Impact on the energy of the object, so as it was mentioned, the photovoltaic power plant with the output of 1.5 megawatt is the part of the project. As regards the funding, in total, we have used 750 million, out of which we expect the dotation to reach the level of 250 million. But today I've got the information that we will receive 260 million from the National Recovery Plan. As regards the project at CZECH, here the 82 million has been made, and as I've got the information, about 24% of it will represent the funding from EU. Furthermore, I would like to mention that we've been assessed as the best project of 2025. I believe that this work we performed was not the simplest or easiest one. It was necessary really to defend all the steps we've taken. We had to turn to new technologies, and as we managed to do it, we have built up the necessary things, which leads to the management asking what will be the next ones. And it has brought, in fact, two results. First, the modernization of the premises, and the second, which is very important as well, is the support from the side of our management, who is willing to listen to our proposals and to consider them. Thank you for your attention.
Děkujeme moc za prezentaci, určitě potom případné dotazy se dají vyřešit i u neformálního povídání.
Thank you for your presentation. If you have any questions, you can also raise them in the informal meeting. So let's see another project, reconstruction of the ex-horse stable in Pohořelice. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Můžu představit náš projekt, který
Allow me to introduce our project, which is not as great as the previous one, but I believe that even the small projects can contribute to the pleasant life of all of us. About 2 years ago, we decided to start the reconstruction of the premises which you see on the picture, and to turn it into the multifunctional house. It was the historical house, although it was not protected as the historical memorial. So that's why we decided to start the reconstruction from our own means, and we started to strive for getting the subsidy for this construction. In 2020, we managed to record it in so-called brownfield database, and thanks to that, we managed to reach some financial support, and we could start the reconstruction. So you can see how the building looked like before the implementation of our project. It was really in the emergency stages. But thanks to that, we can thank to the construction permit authority, because of that bad status of this building, we were in fact ordered to reconstruct it or to demolish it. So thanks to their request, we didn't have to go through the classical construction permit procedure. So that's why we could apply for the subsidies very quickly. That building or those premises were more than 300 years old, and our aim was to save this building. As I mentioned, in 2020, we started with the reconstruction of the roof. We've financed it from our own means, and we wanted to reconstruct it as it was adjacent to the community center in the center of the city and was popular among inhabitants. In total, reconstruction continued from the roof reconstruction to the internal facade, surfaces. Everything has been fully reconstructed in order the premises could be used for the cultural events for all groups of citizens. Every year, some municipal festivities are organized there. There is also the place for the seniors club, also for scouts. So this is really the area which is used by all the age groups. I believe that the reconstruction was really successful. We wanted to maintain the historical character of that building. So here you can see the multifunctional stable, which is used for various educational or cultural events. And the same is visible here. Here you can see this arc from the bricks has been maintained. So in the past, there were the horses, in fact, accommodated. The total investment was 135 million crowns. So the first 10 million were provided by ourselves, and we would like to thank the National Recovery Plan for further funding. And from 35 million which were invested here, the subsidy represented 20 million. For us as a small municipality, it was really very beneficial. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your presentation. And we will continue to be in the Southern Moravian region. And I am glad that we can welcome here Mrs. Vladimíra Danielová, the board chairman of the Jihomoravská zdravotní company, who will present here the project of Palava Sanatorium construction. Good afternoon. I would like to show a short video which describes the process of creation of the spa in Southern Moravia. In 2023, we have generated the study which provided us with the suggestions to open a spa in Southern Moravia. The first proposal was Lednice. They've built up the spa in 2007. Then there was another location, Ostrov at Macocha, where was the new resort for children focusing on the treatment of asthma. And in 2024, we've created the premises called Pasohlávky, where in fact from the 2010 the springs were opened. It was a unique location. The investor has built up the aqua park here, and now then we turned to the construction of rehabilitation hospital, where in 23 we started the construction. It's quite positive that this week the occupation permit testing or examination has been performed, and by the end of this month we should get the commissioning process of permit to commission the spa. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to present to you this project, which is a really extraordinary project for us. Thank you. So I'm happy that I can present this project, which is really extraordinary, not only for us as the company, which took over this investment from the investor and starts to operate it, but it's also extraordinary thing in the Czech healthcare institutions. We were looking for the sentence which would express what this object means. It's the place where the care meets the future. It's not only about this building, about the nice place, but it's also the place where the modern medicine is used, which brings the patients back to life. Sanatorium Palava is the follow-up rehabilitation care institution for the people after a heavy or acute care or injuries. So if the person has passed already some basic treatment after the heavy injury, for instance, it's necessary to assist this person to bring him or her into life. And this is the place where such a treatment should take place. Here I would like to mention the rare interconnection between the investor and our company. As an investor, the regional authority was acting, and if this project was supposed to be successful, it was necessary to, in fact, merge the needs of the region and the capacities and professionalism of our company. And this interconnection proved to be good.
Actually, it is fine. It is implemented using the method design and build, and it was co-financed by the EU from the National Recovery Plan. The total amount was mentioned on the slide. If you look about the milestones of the project, you can see that it advanced quite quickly. In 23, the call for tender was published, and then until November 23, all this initiation procedures were finished, and then in 25, at the end of 25, it was put gradually in operation, which meant that we had to put all the equipment to connect it, then to bring in new personnel and to train it and so on. Every health care facility has its management, and this is the top management of the sanatorium, and it will be virtually hundreds of people who will work in this environment. There will be psychologists, there will be logopedists, there will be medical doctors. So this will all be focused on one goal, and that is putting the patient back into active life. The reason why such a healthcare facility was built the reason was to reorient the healthcare facilities in the region, and not only there. People tend to live older, and there are more and more old people, and living old means developing all kinds of serious conditions. So there is also the follow-up healthcare, and for that you need facilities which were missing. So we are a complement to the backbone network, and there are several such facilities across the country. There is the architectural design or concept. It is a building, but it has also its atmosphere because it includes huge spaces, internal spaces, and the surrounding, the views, and the garden is extremely important because it has therapeutical goal. It is the place where the patient will spend his time in order to learn to overcome physical obstacles, to get adapted to the space, and so on. And on top of that, and that's not a negligible factor for the psychology, for the motivation of people, a strong will is important because oftentimes the physical exercises which they have to go through are very difficult, very painful. So what they need is a pleasant surrounding that will heal their soul. This is the part of the relaxation zone where you can at the same time do some of the exercises. Now, as to the locality, I think that this particular place is perhaps the best place. It is fairly near to Brno, 30 minutes, and other places as well. That means good connections for both patients, but also the visitors and the staff. The area, the landscape has gardens, has water, it's open space, so I think that it is really very appropriate. Now, the facility specializes in post-acute conditions which are associated with neurological and dermatological and orthopedical diagnoses, people with joint replacements and so on. I think that we could use three terms, and as the continuity, then it is going across the disciplines, and sulfuric water. Every patient comes with his or her individuality and type of the type of healthcare which is provided to the patient will have to be very specific and carefully chosen. Now, the natural healing source is right within the area because there are the sulfuric water springs and all that it means. This is the technological background. Again, we have the most up-to-date equipment, all kinds of apparatuses that help the mobilization of the patient's body. There are massages, there are all kinds of fitness facilities, and so it will include physiotherapy, water therapy, hydrotherapy, ergotherapy, everything. So I think it will be very. It's really the best of the best that can be offered to the patients. We would like to make it a place where we help the patient to recover his or her physical and social capacity, and sometimes the labor capacity. Thank you very much for the presentation, and now we will complement the mosaic of projects which are included in the National Recovery Plan, and that's the implementation of measures against floods in Brno. And it is Mr. Bořecký who will speak about that. He is a member of the Municipal Council. He is responsible for territorial planning. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am very happy that I can present this project. I've been selected for the presentation, and I'm glad, although it goes across various departments within the municipality. And however, it is the territorial planning which was given the leadership which was assigned the leadership of the project. So we will speak about measures taken to protect the city from floods. As you can see, the concept is quite a sweeping one, especially in the southern parts of Brno. Brno is specific because it is situated at the confluence of two rivers, and then a bit farther from the center is indicated by the red spot. Since the old settlements were aware of the potential risk associated with the hydrological conditions, so it developed rather in the north from the center. But there is no more room, no more space, so we can extend the building the building activities into areas which have to be protected against floods. It involves 23 square kilometers, 23 kilometers of the river stream, and there should be space for 24,000 protected inhabitants, and the potential further growth is 50,000. What we present here are the stages 7 and 8. The reason is that the concept is rather complicated. It was split into several stages, and progressively the stages that deserve the best protection to the inhabitants were selected. This is fairly near the old Brno center, and it should protect the area of about 81.1 hectares, and it also includes the development area where the number of inhabitants that should enjoy the protection should be double, almost. Well, the microphone is being in the way, but we need it. So what is the financial allocation of the project? The length of the river stream covered will be 31 kilometers. The occupancy permit was granted in 25, and 81 million is the subsidy. The timetable in 2017, the international architectural competition was organized. It was Professor Truller who won the competition. Professor Ruller by then had 91 years old, so you can see that this might perhaps be the world record. In 2019, a conception was, in 2018, the conceptual solution was proposed, then the territorial permitting process started 1 year later, and so on. The project documentation, there was the there was the Bureau of the Architect of Brno who were in charge, and Professor Ruller was at the head of the project documentation team, and there were several companies, Hochteam, Firesta, and others who participated. And of course, since it had to be shared because the territory is vast. And of course, the timetable must have been agreed and has to be respected. This is an interesting picture, but it's an old one. Actually, the existing anti-flood walls were removed. This was something which had been conceived in mid-19th century. This is part of a section where there was good approach. There used to be good approach to the river. And once again, we have period photographs from the turning of the century where people from Brno would come to give a bath to the horses. And actually, it's not far from here that the Roman legion's camp was once discovered. And it's an architectural, it's a site of here you can see how the works advanced along the river, the stream. As you can see, no longer is there the wall, but it is made much more shallow, which will allow for further spreading of the water coverage. Obviously, even before it was before the occupancy permit was granted, people started to use it for recreation. And you can see that even if you have a technically useful solution, it can look well and it can look good. This is not very far from one of the huge housing settlements. What are the positive sides? It's the protection against floods. It is also better adaptation to climatic changes. It is the revitalization of the stream. It is making the riverbank accessible. And what is also very good, that while it looks and serves as a measure against floods, it also allows for cycling paths and for pedestrians. This is the implementation. You can see that the cross-section of the place, you can see that the riverbed was extended. It was made broader, and you can see also that it gives better access to the riverbank to the inhabitants. This is an aerial picture which shows how vast the site was. It is important to mention that a substantial part of further stages is just excavating and taking away a part of the earth, of the soil, sorry. And this is a part, this was a part of the ring road around Brno, which had to be supported by special pillars. 600 trees and shrubs had to be either replanted or eliminated and substituted by other trees, other plants, and they were 1,000 more. There were many obstacles, as you can see. It's the crossroads. It's also a crossing with the railway. So, and obviously, what we were trying to avoid was the damage to the bridge structure. There was some damage, unfortunately, and we were accused of it, but we are convinced that we are not to blame. There was a fairly complicated infrastructure. We had to replace all the engineering networks. at least all those which the administration was aware of, because some of them were simply forgotten. This is historical water or water conduct, which had to be reconstructed as well. They date back to the 1900s. In 24, there were huge floods which just swept through the construction site, and it had to be interrupted for several months. And some of the building technology, some of the vehicles were also flooded, so we had to salvage them. And there is now a mobile equipment which can be put in place in a cafe, because cafe should enliven this spot. Just for the termination, you can see that these are the sections which have already been refurbished. You can see that new trees planted. There is the cycling path, and the species which are used are poplars and other lowlands plants and trees in order to withstand the increased humidity. We used as we were counting with the existing record river height, but it could be even higher by 30 centimeters. There is enough room for further increasing of the barriers. Sorry. This was being prepared. It's a building which should include some restaurants, cafes, and the bank has been named after Professor Ruler. Unfortunately, while he initiated and started with the project, he was not the one to accomplish it because of his age, but in honor of his name, in his honor, it will carry the name. Thank you very much for the presentation. I would like to invite you to a lunch, which will be served once again on the first floor, and please be back by 2. We will continue with the panel discussion. That will be the closing point of our program. Enjoy.
So, as many of you have already taken your seats here in the hall, let me inform you that the next discussion will be held in English. So if you need interpretation from English to Czech, please go pick up the headphones in order you can understand everything which will be said here. We will start in a short time.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I think that we can slowly start the third panel discussion of today's conference. I can see that the room is already full of many interesting people and faces. I hope you enjoyed a nice lunch and you are ready for this third panel discussion, where we will evaluate the recovery and the resilience facility, and we will discuss the lessons learned from this experience we had, and we will also talk about the future structural reforms and investments from the EU funding. Let me now present you our speakers. I will invite them one by one to the stage. First, let me again introduce you Ms. Marie Donnet, Director of Recovery and Resilience Task Force from the European Commission. Welcome again. Yes, you can take the seat. Thank you. I would also like to welcome here Jitka Opičková, Director General of EU Fund Sections at the Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic. Welcome. It's also my pleasure to introduce you Erna Dohnalíková, Director General from Recovery Plan Section at the Office of the Deputy Prime Minister of the Slovak Republic. Welcome. I would also like to introduce you Ms. Pavlína Žáková, Director from Economic Policy Department of the Confederation of Industry and Transport of the Czech Republic. Welcome. And last but not least, let me introduce you also Mr. Jan Kříž, Director General from Environment Economic Section of the Ministry of Environment. Welcome. As you can see, we have very interesting gender balance in this panel, so I hope that Mr. Kříž will manage. You are well okay. That's great to hear. So let's start with our discussion. Let me also remind our guests that you can interact with us via Slido. So please use the opportunity and ask your questions, or even you can write some comments into the Slido, and I would be more than happy to raise your comments or questions here at the panel. So, as I said at the beginning, now it's time to reflect on the Recovery and Resilience Facility, and to speak also about the future, what we learned from it and what could we implement, for example, in the next multi-annual financial framework. We see that the discussions about the new EU budget are very lively across the whole Europe. But right now, looking back at the implementation of the RRF so far, what do you see as the most distinctive feature compared to previous EU funding? And I would like Ms. Doné to start. What is the most distinctive feature? What was so different when it comes to RRF?
Well, thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. We'll try to keep you awake after the very nice lunch. No, I mean, certainly we've been discussing this in the morning as well. What is very different compared to EU funds, although I have to acknowledge I had no prior experience on cohesion funds and other funds, and my colleagues may also be able to make more comparison than I do, but certainly from the Commission perspective, is the method, the performance-based method that was really prior first experience and an important change in the method, and requiring a change of mindset in the member states, but also in the Commission, on how we implement funds. We've talked about, this jargon, milestone, target, performance-based. It's all about really enjoying all the efforts towards the delivery, towards the outcome, really, rather than having a programming that is driven by planning and cost and disbursement. It's really organizing the planning with an objectives, some milestones and targets that are geared towards extracting an output, an outcome, and something tangible and concrete. So we don't pay a bill, we pay for 1 kilometer of highway. We also pay when we have a law adopted. So that's really a change, and that's also changing the dynamics in the interaction with the member states. And I'm keen to hear also what the colleagues will say about that. So that's certainly a big change. Another change is, at the risk of repeating ourselves, is the interaction between reform and investment. We had in the past a lot of investment through cohesion funds and other, social funds, but maybe those were not always very linked and anchored into the reform needs, which you see, for example, in the CSRs, the country-specific recommendation, or in other EU priorities. And I think that now with the RRF, we've managed really to understand the dynamic of reform and the synergies on having a combination of reform and investment, and how they reinforce each other. A reform was enabling really needed to have a more efficient implementation of the investment. And sometimes a reform alone without the investment was also, would have risked not being really effective. So we were able to show after the implementation of a reform the concrete impact through the investment being accelerated. And then last point, of course, the RRF was also very big for the whole Europe, everywhere, for all member states, a very big envelope, a historical change, really, to have massive investment with spillovers across member states, because all member states at the same time were implementing digital, green, and others. And so that created really a dynamic of change.
Thank you. Now let's look more bit in depth when it comes to perspective of a member state, of the ministry which was responsible for the plan in the Czech Republic. Ms. Pičková, what is your reflection on the RRF?
I think it's similar, as Marie said. Definitely it's result-oriented, which was a big challenge, especially for me, like to change the mindset and said, okay, it's not about the money, it's just about milestones and target. But maybe it's not only about focus on the milestone and target, it's about the deadlines, the concrete deadlines, and it's about the timing. Because devil is in the detail, we know, and sometimes it's really, you have the target, but it's really important to prove that you reach the target. This is big experience, I would say, from the RRF, and as was said, the mix of or symbiosis, milestone, reform and investment, it's really helpful, and I think that we can use it and have good lessons and learn to the next program period.
So you are pro when it comes to using some of the elements of RRF in the future programs, future funding?
I think that the most important part is at the beginning, when you prepare the program, because you really must be focused on the milestones and target, and you must think about verification mechanism also. So it's not about, I don't know, you said target, one project. This is not the target, but you need to know the timing, the money, you need to know it will cost, you need to know the costing, you need to know, I don't know, how you will prove that you really fulfill the target. So it's really important to have open mind to all these factors that are around us.
And it's important to have a plan. My next question goes to Erna Dohnalíková. We just heard perspective from the European Commission, from the Czech Republic, and you are here representing Slovakia. So what was your experience when it comes to RRF? How was it different from Slovak perspective, like when we compare it with other EU instruments?
Thank you very much for the question. I have had experience in managing the structural funds and also the RRF fund. And from the beginning, when the RRF started, I was at the Ministry of Transport, responsible both for the structural preparation of the structural funds and also the RRF. Yes, it was a challenge because, as it was mentioned here several times, the link between the reforms and investments. The first, it was really difficult, or it was for us to understand what is the reform and when we start with the investments, because we had really very short period of time. Normally, the implementation period of structured funds is 7 plus 3 years, which is 10 years altogether, and RRF was designed only for 5.5 years in implementation. So that was really the big challenge to design reforms and then complemented by the investments within such a short period of time. And also from the administrative point of view, that we shift just from the allocation what we were supposed to in the structured funds to spend, regardless how many projects we were supposed to deliver. But in RRF, we were committed to deliver kilometers of the railways, number of social housing, number of houses which needed to be renovated. So that was a different approach. And also, on one hand, it was easier because we were obliged to use the national law and didn't have to go through so many administrative burdens. We went through the structure funds, but this is also maybe for the later discussion how the administration developed. So that's for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My next question goes to Pavlína Žáková. I introduced you as a representative of a Confederation of Industry, but you have a lot of experience also from other sides, like the European Commission and the state administration, as you have been, you were a deputy minister for European affairs. So what do you see as the main difference when it comes to RF and other EU funding? And from your perspective, how Czechia managed to use RF?
From the perspective of businesses, because now I have the head of Business Confederation, so from the perspective of businesses, they didn't really distinguish between the model of cohesion funding and the RRF. For them, the calls for proposals, for submission of proposals, were similar. That's what we hear from businesses. The RRF was mainly appreciated as a new source of funding, which offered very good opportunities for funding innovative projects, for example, innovative types of measures, for example, in the digital area, virtual enterprise or digital enterprise. These are measures which are much appreciated by the businesses because they also tested and invented new definition of qualification requirements and eligibility criteria, which were then used in subsequent measures, or in R&D support. Businesses appreciated that the RRF actually compensated for a decrease of funding from the state budget. In terms of program trend, for example, Country for the Future or the national competence centers. But as regards the model, the businesses really didn't feel that much difference. Of course, they understood that there is, at the beginning, there was ambiguity in the methodological environment that was clear, which led to delays in the publication of the calls for proposals and certain uncertainty. And there was some additional administrative complexity, in particular in comparison with the national state budget-led programs. But in general, the approach to the funding was similar. What we hear is that what was not I would say what is actually similar in both models is that the pressure for funding in case of RRF is pressure to meet the milestones. In the cohesion funding is pressure to absorb the funding, the allocation. It does lead to some inefficiency. It leads to low quality of the projects. One example mentioned by the businesses is the requalification schemes, upskilling and reskilling under the component labor market. So this is from the position, I'd say, of businesses. But should I speak also with my previous experience of also the lead negotiator for the RRF and also the commission official, I would echo what ladies said. I think the link between investment and reforms is the major benefit of the RRF. The reforms can clearly increase the effectiveness of investment and can be an enabler for let's say some transition for more transformative results of the investment. But in some cases we could also see that the commitment to reforms can also have adverse effects. Either if there is not enough national ownership, it can be only formalistic. The reforms can be only formalistic. And if there is no national ownership, we can also see changes with the change of the government, and then the reform commitments are very, very, very fragile.
Takže k tomuto
We are talking about the recurring residence facility, that it should help us with the transformation, and not only digital one, which was mentioned, but also the green one, the sustainable one. So from the perspective of a representative of the ministry, who was in one of his main, most important pillars, it means the green agenda, how do you see the RRF? Was it so different from other programs? What is your experience of this?
Yes, I think that it was different concerning the implementation of RRF, the Ministry of Environment. I am responsible also for cohesion funds at the ministry, so I have a nice comparison between both instruments. And really, it was already said, the performance-based approach was clear from the very beginning. Talking about hectares, terajoules, pieces of cars delivered, about these indicators rather than about the financial figures. So I felt, let's say, higher pressure on effectivity in some components, and we are owner of 7 components and covering about 20% of the overall budget of the RRF. In really some components, there was big pressure to fulfill the target and milestones, and I think it was in favor of the delivery of the grants to the beneficiaries, and to have some results in this. So it was one aspect. The second, we have firstly met with taxonomy in RRF. It was very interesting experience from the very beginning to start introduce ecological criteria to all the components, which in general was in favor of the principle of the policy of the Ministry of Environment, because it's what we really needs that everybody, not only Ministry of Environment, introduce ecological criteria in their performance, but it was very quick. And to really introduce these criteria, it was not easy and sometimes very difficult, and there were some problems at the very beginning. But in general, I think we have managed it. And the third aspect, I would say, the continuous negotiation about the fulfillment milestones and target. It was quite new for us to meet with the team from the Commission, from DG Reform, and to discuss the fulfillment of the indicator. It was quite interesting and nice experience. So for the future, I would say that we should take the positive issues, positive principles from RRF to the cohesion. I wouldn't say that the cohesion is better or RRF is better, but to really mix both funds would be the best result for me, because the performance-based approach is very important to address in the future with the new financial framework. But from the cohesion, there are very good, let's say, principles, good establishment, like the partnership principle, monitoring committees, publicity, reporting is better because there's a unified monitoring system, etc. So there are many issues that may be taken also from the cohesion. So this is my
Thank you. I have a follow-up question for Erna Dohnalíková. You mentioned administrative challenges. Can you maybe tell us a bit more? Because you said that you could,
one of the questions to discuss. So, can you be more specific? Which challenges you face? As I have already started and mentioned, from the beginning it was said that all the national rules may apply and there will not be any additional checks and controls. So many of the wine industries adjusted and adopted this approach. To be more specific, was the check or the control of the public procurement. And then we came to receive the information that some check needs to be done. So maybe this is the area for the future funding which can be clear. Because for the structured funds there was a massive instrument or massive administration which was checking and controlling the public procurement, which caused the great difficulties and delays, which I appreciated in RRF that it was left for us. But then the auditors comes and they always check. How did you do the control, and did you check this, or have you checked the other aspects? So maybe this is what we shall clear for the future program. It can be left really on the national authorities to finalize those checks and be responsible for them, or will there be later on some demands from European Court of Auditors or some other institution?
Thank you. My next question goes to Marie Donay. It's obvious that the implementation of RRF was done in a big contact between the member states' administrative capacities and the European Commission. So from your point of view, what this huge exercise say us about the capacities of member states to administer such big projects, big plans? Are member states ready to do more planning, to really reforms focused and the results focused, to really change a bit their way how they're using public funding for their better economies?
Thank you. It's a big question, and I think also that here again there is what we did for the RRF, and there will be also what the lessons learned we may want to do and what we may want to change again for the future. But let me start for the RRF and indeed how the plans were built and one in many in terms of organization and in capacity and collaboration. First, one point I would like to underline is something Pavlina mentioned, the national ownership of the plan. Changes, reform can be difficult. Communicating about change and fostering change, and we live in a complex world, changing every day, so there are external shocks that are forcing change, and there is a bit of human resistance to change sometimes. So both in our working method and also on the ground, when you are trying to implement change and change the mindset and change every forms that will change the regulatory environment, sometimes it's not easy, and so if you don't have a national ownership, I would say across parties, across stakeholders, you really need a consensus behind those reforms. So that's why it was important to have a national plan where, member states, Czechia or any other really would stand behind, having an understanding of what are the challenges, and then, as part of the plan, committing to the change. And the plan was helpful in bringing a method and a pace and, some kind of contract helping and supporting the reform process. But without ownership of the need for reform, it's difficult to get there. And I think that is something that we need to keep for the future, also having in mind all the stakeholders, the region, the local authorities, other stakeholders, and that's maybe something we also need to improve in the future in terms of driving that. Now, In terms of the administrative capacity and how to have that for the implementation both of reforms and investment, it took indeed a certain organization, changing the method. As Erna said, there has been also a lot of learning by doing. The CID have been drafted in a certain manner. We realized we needed a bit of flexibility and changing, adapting again to a changing world, but potentially also realizing that sometimes there was a better way to do things, or we needed to anticipate indeed what the auditors would say afterwards. So all this has been a collective learning for the national authorities and also for us. And I think that it has been key for sustainability for our administrative capacity that we were able to adapt and adjust and be flexible on the way. And so we have been revising the plan, we have been trying to simplify the implementation, and all this also should, give learnings and lessons learned for thinking in the future. One last point, when you talk about admin capacity, I think it's also important to remind that depending on the member state, the size of the challenge for the absorption was also very different. We have several member states with plans that amounted to more than 5% of GDP. So this meant really a mobilization of the national administration, regional, local, at all levels, as implementing entity, because they were pressed to absorb a lot on a very, very, very short period of time. And there again, in the future, we will not have that short window, and we can come back to that. There will be more flexibility in terms of how doing this without, the straitjacket, I would say, of the installment. And I mean, all this is different. But for member states, absorbing that much on a short period with that new methodology really required a reorganization. And I think we need to build on that knowledge built and acquired also for the future and think for further improvement.
Thank you. Speaking about administrative capacities, I have a very interesting question on Slido, so I would like to read now. Today's panelists noted that the Czech Republic lacks investment in human resources and that the government is struggling to retain experts. Will this be taken into account in the preparation of the next programming period? I know that we don't have a representative of the ministry which is mostly negotiating about the future MMF, but Ms. Obichkova, if you could jump in regarding these human capacities issues.
Yeah, sure. Maybe as I start from RRF experience and then I get to the question. From my perspective, at the beginning of the RRP, there was, 10, 50, maybe 20 people who were responsible for RRF on the different ministries, which was really limited administrative capacity. We saw it, and when we changed the CID, Council Implementing Decision, we put the new, I would say, reform measure that was really linked to the administrative capacity, which was really, I would say, huge, impressive, or huge step for the Czech Republic, how to be successful in implementation of RRP. And now I see that there is a lot of people who are implemented RRF, and they have 4 or 5 years experiences with RRF, and I would say they are experts. So for us in this, and now I'm going to the question, for now it's really difficult to work with this expert and to say, okay, we count with the expert to the next program period, because I know here my colleagues, they are really, they have really strong experience with the cohesion funds, with RRF, and they really want to have perspective in the next program period. But I believe that for state administrative capacity, these experts are the most value that we have here. So really, for me, lessons and learn experiences to have really good, very well-known people in the implementation of the program, and then try to avoid these really experts or people that are very well known with the problematic to the next program period. And I believe that it could be the position of all the ministries that we have in the Czech Republic.
We have another ministry here, so maybe I would like Mr. Kříž to jump in, like when it comes to human capacities, human resources, and the next programming period. Do you think that your ministry will have enough experts to, use the next MFF as most efficient way as possible?
That are quite successful to defend our team of people at the Ministry of Environment against any changes so far. I hope.
Congratulations.
So I hope that for the future, the majority of people will remain in the positions and will implement the financial framework regardless of the structure. I don't know whether we will be the owner of the chapter, managing authority, or we will be intermediate by somebody else. But the current positions for the current position, it's not important who will be the leader, but I would really insist on that these people will remain at the positions. Concerning the RRF, we were quite lucky because our team was already established at the beginning of RRF. It means that they were implementing cohesion funds both at the Ministry of Environment and the State Environment Fund. So they have just received another job, additional job, but they were quite experienced concerning the implementing of the EU money. So for us, it was a little challenge to explain to people, okay, you are here and there is no, from the very beginning, no possible to extend the team to have more officers, more managers. In the course of time, we have received some technical assistant and we have, let's say, completed our staff, but from the very beginning, it was not possible. But we have managed it, and really, it's very important to let's say let these people at the positions.
Ms. Jurkova, you wanted to add something?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to underline this because 2027 will be crucial. Most people working on the RRF will conclude their contracts. Some will stay, but most of them will conclude their contracts. At the same time, the next programming period, say for the NRPP, will not yet start. So, but these people are really crucial for the design of the NRPP. These people who work on the RRF, they understand what milestones and targets are, how to define them, and the state administration should really decide on a solution how to keep these people for 2027 so that they can help with the design of the NRPP.
Ms. Dohnálková, would you like to add something about this human resources or capacities issue when it comes to Slovakia? What is your experience in this regard?
Our experience is very, very similar, like in Czechia and maybe in other countries. But first of all, I would like to underline what Mari said, that there needs to be a strong commitment to implement. I think our success is there because not the politicians, first of all, need to be committed, then also the administrators, like civil servants, needs to be committed to deliver and not to wait for any +1 or +2, which are also the discussions how to prolong RRF because we are not able to finalize it within the time. But I think the mobilization of the administrative capacities within each ministry, within each line ministry is important, and I think in both countries we've managed it. And it would be really beneficial to build on those experience and knowledge, because it was said the system, either structure funds or RRF, is still a system which needs to be implemented by people. The people needs to learn how to implement, and I found the RRF less bureaucratic, and to understand how to deliver. It's also the process of monitoring, close monitoring of each single step to achieve the target, how to prove the verification mechanisms, also important to define, to understand. So we are also struggling with continuation of existence of administrative capacities, not within the line ministries, because there are some groups which are implementing SC fund in some RRF. In some ministries, it's the same organization or the same department. And as for the National Implementing and Coordinating Authority, like MICA, we are also part of the reform of the RRF. So that's also a big question mark. What will happen with our capacities, how they will be used for the future. So I hope that our politicians will understand that the knowledge and the continuation shall be appreciated.
Next programming period, I have another interesting question, which is interlinked with the one we are discussing right now. It was noted that at today's conference that the National Recovery Plan faced too many expectations, too many components, and too little time for implementation. Is this experience being taken into account in preparation of the next programming period?
I think it's a really nice question for Magdalene. I can start. Well, with the disclaimer, of course, that the multi-annual financial framework is still being negotiated, so we will see what will be the final version of the text and the methodology once the legislator have agreed. I think it's indeed something important to bear in mind looking towards the future, that the limited time for RRF 5 years is something which was really, on the one hand, of course, imposing a high pace and help to deliver because of the pressure. On the other hand, indeed, it's good that in the future there will be a longer window of time and also more flexibility on the pace, at least in the proposal as foreseen now, on the pace of the delivery. So you will have more flexibility for those installments, and then hopefully that pressure of time, which is needed to achieve some results, but you don't want it to become counterproductive in terms of the quality and effectiveness. So I think that's something that is important to indeed move differently in the future with a different programming and a different approach to the pace and the time pressure. There was also in your question a reference to, the size of the project, and I think again there it's maybe for the member states to decide really what they want to have in their plan and all the ownership. But we probably would tend to agree that to have really the value added and the additionality of the public funding from the EU funds, it's good to think of really meaningful projects that really need an extra push and sometimes to develop those synergies, and it's good to have a vision and a strategy and to focus on a limited number of priorities and avoid too much of fragmentation. At the same time, again, it will be for the member states in the future to see a bit how they want to organize their plan along the EU priorities, and also bearing in mind the reference framework, which again, in the proposal of the Commission, gives a lot of importance to the European semester, for example, and the CSR, so the country-specific recommendation, which have been there for a long time. They were there before the pandemic, they were a good source of inspiration, the fact report and the CSR, to quickly shape the RPs, because there was some material and some ideas of priorities and what to do. And it is foreseen in a proposal that it could be still part of the reference framework, along other things, because there's rule of law, digital debates, and energy and climate plans, and the other things. And I think there's a lot of knowledge on where the structural challenges are, and that can drive the priorities on reform and investment. And I think having a strong vision and some coherence and synergy in the planning can be the
Next question is also a bit linked to these changes that were made to national recovery plan. There is a comment from one of our guests that Czech Republic was the country with the second biggest number of changes made to the plan. If it is correct, I don't know, I can't verify that. But let's say there were changes in the Czech recovery plan. What could be done to, have less changes, for example, in other plans, be better in this planning, so you don't have the need then to adapt it? Or is this adaptation and flexibility an integral part of these efforts to, to reform the country, to improve the economy?
I love it. Maybe I use the word, I don't know, is popular, but simplification. Definitely simplification is basic, and it's the best we can do to avoid so many changes, some importance about RRF or about the next program period. Maybe, especially through me, my experience from the coordination with the component owners is that it's really good to use, I would say, templated language, because sometimes I read the text and I understand the text. Commission read the text, but the understanding is different, and component owners, it's totally different. So really, I would appreciate for the next program period if we will have something like templated language to avoid the misunderstanding and to avoid a lot of changes in the next national regional partnership.
I think I would like to jump in, so please go on.
Yeah, thank you. One of the explanations for the large number of revisions of the Czech RRB is definitely the change of the government. Czechia was in a special situation where the government changed twice during the one life cycle of one RRP. But what can be done to avoid the very high number of revisions? I think setting the milestones and targets right, setting them in a realistic way. This is the recipe. This is the recipe, and I think that for the future national plan, we need to allow really sufficient time for setting and defining the milestones and targets, and involve the expertise both from the domestic realm, from the public administration, expert community, but also from the Commission, because what was said by Mr. Křiž was definitely correct. The milestones and targets, they were defined jointly by the Commission and the national administration, and I think it was a process full of discovery, full of learning, but it was very beneficial. It was very beneficial. So allow a lot of time for setting the targets and milestones right. But you mentioned that flexibility needs to remain an integral part of the future plan. You need to keep flexibility across the plan and in between the components, which will be easier in one plan than in several operational programs. You need to maintain or ensure flexibility over time, and also revision of minor issues, let's say, definition of milestones and targets should not be subject to the revision of of the large plant. There must be a rule which says what can be changed in a lighter, more simplified way, and what needs a more profound procedure. So just to be clear, by the flexibility, you mean the ability of the state to make changes without consulting, for example, the European Commission, or what is this flexibility? Well, yeah. Some changes in the muscle targets are really minor, and these should be, let's say, in the competence of the national state, whereas bigger changes, of course, have to be discussed with the education. Mr. Chief, you also wanted to add
Yes, I would like to highlight Jakova said because really the targets and milestones are the key element of success for future funding because you have to avoid both overestimation or underestimation of the indicator because it sometimes I think the other end because in our field, environmental field, can have hectares of radicalized artificial pond, quite big. But on the other hand, we can have hectares of the paved water environmental measure, which is, for example, virus in the mountains in Shubala, for example. And this is the same, for example, protection method. So we have to really distinguish indicators in the measures and to set up the framework that will be efficient and relevant. It's not easy, definitely it's not easy. I would like to invite any, let's say, experience that was from the past that we given from the Foundation of Minister of Agriculture, I don't know, that we can use only, 20 indicators that must be fit on the relevant OP. And it was very difficult to use some of the indicator for the measures that we have implemented. So it must be a really precise job for establishment of these indicators starting right now, and then it can be functioning. And definitely to need some flexibility for the member state because some indicators can be changed in the course of the implementation. But it's very important to leave that some room. And the last what I would like to say is really I appreciate the communication and negotiation with the European Commission from the very beginning. It was for the first time I speak with the experts from the Commission, experts from the Commission side, and we really say made some compromises was very reflected in this law. So good, but it can be better for the future.
Thank you, Mr. Lang, please.
Yes, please. Interesting question, I must say, and we may want at some point for our own to do some statistics on which country has done more revision and others not. Just as an anecdote, I think Czech have only four. Okay, the repower, and then the revision, and then some simplification. I'm pretty sure. At least one country in mind, no name shaming them. I know at least one who managed 3 revisions for 1 payment request, and that's kind of pressure. But I mean, for us, at some point in the legacy, we may want to do those stats. No. Jokes aside, I think we shouldn't see those revisions something bad. It's a sign of flexibility and agility. It's a sign that we are seeing the world changing. The addition of the repower chapter is the example in point. Something happened, then we were able to react, adapt, and change fast, collectively. So I think it's good to see those revisions actually as a sign of adaptiveness and agility, and indeed something which is really, again, result-oriented, solution-oriented. When there is a commitment towards an objective and a result, and because of external changes or unforeseen circumstances, you realize there is a better way to do things. Why not change it? I think it would be ineffective, inefficient to stay on the same while you find out there's a better way to achieve the same results business needs. So let's see those revisions as something positive. I think also a lot of those revisions, for those who are involved on the ground, have been learning by doing and collective learning because of what we observe from impact from the auditors. There's a lot of the changes we've implemented in the simplification. None of us had been foreseeing, and it's because we were seeing the impact of the auditors afterwards that we realized we needed to change. So looking forward now for the future, what to maintain? Yes, for sure, the more we anticipate and plan and simplify in advance, single rulebook, single data way, trying to have more standardized. I'm not saying one size fits all, but a more standardized templated type of intervention fee, type of indicators, type of evidence, the verification mechanism, trying to anticipate what will be needed. The more we do that in advance, learning from what we've lived through now, the better we will be able to prepare the plans in the future and avoid having to maybe revisit this. That's learning. And that's also maybe to link to your previous question, why it's so important also the expertise of the people who have done it and who can continue to produce and share the knowledge. At the same time, I would like to underline one thing which will be different between the FFF and the future programming. We are moving into a new world which will be more of a hybrid, a mix of the FFF with the performance-based, with everything we explained, but we are moving also in co-management, co-financing, so there will be also a lot of those control and tracking that will actually happen at national level. And indeed, we will need to make sure that the member states in the first place to get organized and to anticipate the planning, the monitoring, the verification, also the audits, trying to think through from the start and indeed set up a method that will continue to deliver, but also learning from everything we've done so far.
Thank you. Yes, please. We are, of course, interested in Slovak perspectives when it comes to flexibility and changes, revisions, better experience and recommendations for the future. I wanted to just confirm Czech colleagues that we have done 4 revisions, so it's not bad. First of all, we've done first revision was in cover, and the second one what we prepared was because we realized which milestones are we not going to fulfill in the full amount or in the full capacity. And then came the simplification, and we are just now going under the 4th revision, which was targeted. We had some targets and milestones which again, we were not able to fulfill the full capacity. So, personally, I didn't want to go through the process of revision, but finally realized that it was a tough exercise, but we achieved the outcome, as it was mentioned here already. Yes, we will be interpreting the line ministry. Their target, we were interpreting differently, and the Commission was interpreting differently, or we didn't come to the conclusion, so we had to clarify what we will really be the outcome. Also, with the verification mechanism, it was helpful, and as Mary said, it is not always the wrong things to do the simplification, to do the revision, because we are learning and we are finding ourselves in a different situation. So we need to react to it, to the change, so to adapt. But as it was mentioned here as well, for the future there might be some rules that might changes can be also done by the national authority or by the national state. It doesn't have to go
the program initiative by European Commission, but that's just the idea of the future. I have one more question for you, which is related to the administration of the tool of the plan. Because in Slovakia, it was not there was no dedicated ministry which was responsible for the plan, as it was in the Czech Republic, where the Ministry of Trade and Industry was responsible for creating the plan, and then the task around it. Would you do you think that it was maybe better to have it go for not the one selected ministry, but from the government's office, let's say? Is something that you would recommend to other countries this way to manage or similar instruments? Slovak RRD started to be written and prepared by the Ministry of Finance, and then it was shifted to the Office of the Government, and then it was shifted to the Office of the Deputy Prime Minister. So the unit was moving, then finally ended up in the Office of the Deputy Prime Minister, where we are right now. Yes, in the aspect that we are neutral, we do not have any connections to any ministry, so from this point of view, I think it's quite good. And on the other hand, for example, my own experience since I've gone through my career through many ministries, so then it's beneficial to have the contacts and to communicate with the colleagues from the different ministries, so it makes the life a little bit more easier. So I don't know what I could say, but I could recommend our model, but definitely when it's on the top government, at the government or deputy prime minister, some at this level, so that it may need or strong position. Any more comments regarding this and who should manage? I know it can be a sensitive issue for the representative of the ministries. Maybe it's why you would like to maybe if I may, maybe I'm not competent to say if it's about impossible or bad, but from my perspective, from the perspective of the Ministry of Industry and Trade, there was a really difficult coordination at the beginning. Because the plan is pretty huge. There was at the beginning more than 340, I would say, milestones and targets, 342 or 3. And you need strong political pressure. All the ministries, all the component owners, all the agencies must be, I would say, on the same page, in the same room, and they they must really fulfill the milestone target without reservation or without a discussion. And sometimes you really need strong, I would say, governmental pressure to the line ministries, which really help. And then we can discuss if Ministry of Industry was or is a strong ministry or is not, because definitely the pressure right now goes from our ministries, but we have huge support in our government right now. Thank you. You could also comment what is better solution, what could work well. Just in one sentence here, I would support the model where the coordination body for European funds sits at the center of the government. So it's subject to the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister as is the case in Slovakia, because, as I said, it gives the body much stronger power, coordination power, political power over the line ministries than if the coordinating body is a part of one ministry. But I think that we are in Czechia, we are not heading in the church. Any comments on this?
I have the same opinion. It's nothing against the because you do the job quite well, but really sometimes you need higher power to influence and to persuade the line ministries to do their job better. And I had experience that a couple of last year, sometimes
you were around. You were around, and this is quite difficult to really manage essentially which one is running without strong power from the providers. So I feel the same.
Yes, just well, this is not about the quality of work and coordination, but also the RRF and the cohesion funds, how they are performing, because I think they have earned their credit because they really do well. It's about the political power. They could have stronger political power. Let's now focus again on the future and on what's coming next, not only when it comes to the new and financial framework, but in general, the role of EU funding when it comes to improving resilience of member states, because that was also one of the tasks of the RF to make member states resilient, not only when it comes to health threats, but also others. Mr. Ney, your reflections, like what can we expect from the EU funding in the next year when it comes to boosting the member states' resilience? What do we expect from the European Commission's proposal?
So again, I would repeat the importance of keeping the synergies with foreign investment. I would maybe echo one of your previous questions in identifying few priorities and really having a vision and keeping a path and direction of travel. I would maybe also underline something that we have in the Czech plan and also in cohesion funds, which is maybe be more agile with financing instruments. I know to the wider audience it's maybe more complex to understand, but I think that it can be a very effective way to leverage public funds in general, but also EU funds, and also allowing then actors on the ground who know the reality on the ground to really make better use in terms of implementation of those funds. So that's also a way to have a multiplier effect and really target the impact. You use a capital injection in the National Development Bank or a financial instruments, and then you have with one portion of public finance also a link with private financing, and then you leverage. So that's also something that can be useful thinking of future programming. And then I think that would be, I think, the main pros, and learning a lot from the experience so far, and keeping within a strong governance and ownership, and as Connie said, capacity to make arbitrage if needed, so that you really keep on track on implementation.
And the whole question, speaking about the sectors, the topics, the themes, from the experience we have from the RF and other instruments, from the geopolitical reality we are facing right now, what are the sectors that you think the EU funding could go to make the countries more resilient on the future?
So for the priorities, certainly competitiveness and strategic autonomy are very important topics already now and will continue to be in the future. We haven't finished the green and the digital transition, so we also need to continue going in those directions. We also see clearly for the future programming, when it's also already appearing in the work we are preparing now for the European semester. You know that early June, the European semester, there will be the release of the next vintage of the cultural reports and the CSRs. You will see there's also a lot of attention to housing, for example. So we continue talking about some themes that are known, but where the direction of travel needs, you need a continuity to really get there. We're not there yet. And so I think all those topics
heads between the relevant housing and actually digital defense, strategic alternative energy crisis. All those themes are among the EU priorities, are clearly on the radar also in the analysis of the country reports and in other reference framework. And I think that we would like to guide with Mr. Foreman.
Thank you. Similar question to Ms. Obichwa. What do you see as the key priorities for the next EU funding period? I don't want to repeat what I said, but I think the key priority at the beginning is really coordination, maybe discussing with the stakeholders, and definitely the key priority on the Czech side is to be ready, to have projects that are prepared, not to wait for something, but the priority is to start as soon as possible, and yeah, that's all. Thank you. Same question to Anna Mikhailkova. What do you see as the key priorities from the Slovak government perspective? Don't want to repeat what I said, but what is really important is the preparation. We already started with the National Investment Plan, which I really appreciate. The colleagues of mine and our Deputy Prime Minister office are preparing together with partners, with the municipalities, and all the other actors from non-governmental institutions or other professional organizations, because we are, if we need to deliver, so we need to structure properly. To be fair, our profile, the payment profile, how it's going to be. So because we have some commitments each year, so we need to deliver. So we need to deliver the targets and milestones. So first, as it was in RRP, where first one were reforms. Do we have enough of reforms? Are we going to build or follow up the reforms which are already done, needs a continuation? So there are many questions. But what our government has, what is the vision? So and then take out of the vision those reforms which may form the first part for the payment profile. Then the link between the reforms and investment. Because in a very short time, we had to do it simultaneously, and in some cases, we were not able to deliver some targets. For example, in judicial reform, first of all, the mapping too long, then which courts to be modernized and renovated. Then it was delayed. Then all the preparation for the feasibility study, project documentation, and implementation. So we run into difficulties in other areas as well. So that's the lessons learned. And now we need to build up on those experience and prepare it properly. So the preparation for me. Thank you. Ms. Jakova, the priorities for your perspectives regarding the future of funding. Well, I think that the government should take a more strategic approach, a more top-down approach when choosing the priorities. I think the RRP suffered from say fragmentation of priorities. So it started by collecting suggestions from the ministries, and I think that the government should opt for a much more strategic approach. First set the priorities, and then look for funding sources, which are either, let's say, an RPP. It could be involvement of private capital. It can be also links to other EU programs. We know that the European Competitiveness Fund is also being prepared, is currently negotiated, and the links between the future national plan and the competitiveness fund will also be important. Czechia will have a much lower, let's say, smaller allocation under the future national plan. And the synergies between the NRDP and the competitiveness fund can really help us to exploit better opportunities provided by the EU budget. One example could be to offer in the next NRDP
funding for say for projects which are not successful in the calls of the European Competitiveness Fund, that would definitely increase the attractiveness of the ECF among the Czech beneficiaries in the system. Thank you, and Mr. Chief, what should be the priorities in your perspective?
Priorities, when you mentioned the resilience as a key word, so we translate the resilience in environment industry as a really resilient environment. It means resilient infrastructure, resilient landscape, forests, resilient buildings. In other words, we have to support adaptation of our country for the climate change. I think this is the most important priority that we must do. So resilience means, from the thematic point of view, preparation of our sector's policy for the future to be really resilient, to avoid droughts, to avoid floods, to avoid energy high prices due to the lack of renewable sources of energy, to avoid overheating the buildings in the urban area, etc. So this is resilient, and we believe that this will be quite sufficient to introduce in the new RTP. From the administrative point of view, we like to highlight what was said, that it must be simplified as much as possible, because once we simplify the procedure, then we can afford to be more effective in implementation. We can be more effective, we can, let's say, lower the rate of support, can deliver more results, because if this is simplified, beneficiaries can go to the calls and can do the projects. If it's too bureaucratic, you have to always compensate this with a higher rate of support. So I would really highlight the simplification, using of financial instruments, preparation from the very beginning, the performance framework, and I believe that we will move our competitiveness and environment and other sectors forward.
Thank you
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, our time for this panel discussion is over, so I would like to ask our audience to give a round of applause to our speakers.
Thank you very much for your great comments
and for taking us through your lessons when it comes to RRF, and I'm very happy that you also managed to speak about the future. Now it's time to listen to the closing remarks, so I would like to ask Marie-Donée for the closing remark. If you want, you can go to this table, or you can remain as you wish. Okay, if you want to stay, then you can first stay. Yes, so you can take the microphone, and of course we don't mind. It was a long day, but the floor is yours. Thank you.
No, thank you, and I'll do this in English, but feel free to do it in Czech if you want to. Now I would like to thank everybody present today, the teams everywhere in Czechia working on the implementation, also the teams in Brussels, and many colleagues in the room today, but also a lot of colleagues and experts in the other DGs who are still in the headquarters. I think that today's discussion has illustrated a common goal, a common commitment to delivery and results, to improvement, to get tangible results for our citizens and firms, and in general for our societies and our economies. Indeed, to become more resilient, to accept the change and move forward, and be able to adjust to a very much changing world, which is challenging us every day. It's something that indeed it's important to have the ownership in the member states, in all administration at all level, when it's something that we can also do with the European support, because of course together we're stronger, the EU is there also to support, and when all member states do it together in a coordinated manner, following those priorities, it's also much more powerful, because it creates also a commonality and some spillovers, positive spillovers, and dynamics across member states. And I think that also all those spillovers in the case of the FFF have been very important and illustrated. So I would like to thank Jutta and Kim and the team and everybody for organizing a great event, to all the speakers who participated to share their concrete experience on the ground every day. It is real. Also for the very interesting and insightful lessons learned and reflection towards how to do it even better in the future. And I think that I will finish by saying that we are getting close to the end of the RRF. We have a final push. We will all be there until the end, committed to the process. In the case of Czechia, there's one payment ongoing, one more to come. We really want to, have the materialization of all the projects. Make sure we don't go back on anything we achieved, and then preparing a nice legacy for the future. Thank you again, and give you the floor for the last one. It belongs to you. Thank you.
Please applaud. And now it comes to you want to speak in Czech, it's up to you.
Thank you. I will be very short. I would like to thank you. I would like to thank all the panelists, moderator, all the presenting colleagues, and all the organizers who are in the background, back office. And especially I would like to thank the participants of this conference and the members of European Commission, not only for this conference, but for all the cooperation which we've exercised with them for a long time, because the cooperation with them is really very beneficial for us. As it has been mentioned at the beginning, RNF was the flexible instrument. We are coming to the end of this facility. At the beginning of the next year, we will make the final assessment of all this facility, where we will consider the whole period of its implementation. Nevertheless, I would like to make you sure that at this moment we are very intensively preparing the last application for the last payment. We are really working on the goal to reach the best possible results for the Czech Republic, and we are looking forward to further cooperation with you in the other EU programs, as well as in any other activities. So this is not the end of today's event. There will be the networking part, where we can have a glass of wine and discuss all the things privately. Thank you for all your closing remarks. It was a very tough day. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got a lot of information concerning the implementation of the National Recovery Plan in the Czech Republic. So, once more, big thanks to organizers, to speakers, big thanks to European Commission, to Marie-Donné, and
we can have a glass of wine right now, so thank you again and have a nice rest of the evening.